Mnumzane Thwala ngiyakuzwa ke noma ngiyazwisisa ke ukuthi awukhumbuli konke futhi ke uqoshiwe noma ke kubhaliwe phansi kurekhodiwe.
Yebo.
Yes.
But as you are testifying,
Can I get clarity?
Sorry, my lord.
Is it that you cannot remember most of the things? In other words, in the incident, you remember less than that which you can no longer remember? Because that is what the question is saying.
Ukuthi ke okukhumbulayo kuncane kona kunaloko ongakhumbuli noma kuukuthi izinto eziningi awuyikhumbuli kuloko okwenzeka.
Angeke ngize ngisho ukuthi izinto eziningi angikhumbuli. Engikukhumbulayo ngiyazama yonke indlela ukuthi ngikusho. Nengakhumbuli ngiyazama yonke indlela ukuthi ngicabanga ukuthi ngikhumbule ukuthi kwenza kanjani.
I wouldn't say that I do not remember most of the things, my Lord. Which that I can remember, I do my best and I try to say it, and that which I cannot remember, I try also, my Lord, to remember or to say that I cannot remember it.
Yes?
I'm saying that because when you were being cross-examined by my learned friend, defense counsel for accused number 1 to accused number 4, there were issues wherein you could not recall. So in my cross-examination, I will also be asking you in some of the instances where you have already said you cannot recall, but I sincerely need your response in my for the purpose of my cross-examination. Do you understand that?
Ngikubuza lokho ngoma uma ububuza ke imibuzo abameli ke kusukela kena ke umeli mangalo loqala kuyofika ke koqede izolo umeli kaMangalo wesikamsola wesine ubusho ke ukuthi ke awukhumbuli okunye kodwa ke kumina ke njengoba ngizokubuza ke nanga imibuzo nangalezo zinto oshilo ukuthi awuyikhumbuli kodwa ke ngenxa imibuzo mina ke ngibuza ngizocela ukuthi uphendule noma uphendule. I'll try by all means to do that.
And the purpose for my cross-examination is to check how far can we accept your evidence as a reliable evidence in this court.
Ngoba ke okwami ekuzeni kwami ke imibuzo ubheka ke indlela ukuthi ubufakazi bakho ke bungamukeleka kangakanani ke nanjengobufakazi ke obungethembeka noma bethembekile. Yes, I hear.
And lastly, what I will ask also a favor from you, Mr. Thwala, is that you speak on the language that you like to use.
Ngokugcina ke ngizocela kwena ke ukuthi nje uhlaleke ulimi lolo ke othandayo ukuthi ulisebenzise.
You can choose which one you like to use then so that we can follow your choice.
Ungasho ke wena ukuthi liphi ke othandayo ulimi sizokwazi ukuthi sihlaleke ku choice yakho leyo.
Yebo, ayiqhubeka nalo le ngikhuluma ngayo.
Yes, I'll proceed with the language that I'm speaking.
Which is what?
isiZulu.
isiZulu.
Okay. And then also I'm the one who is asking questions. You are giving answers. You are not putting questions to me.
Yimina ke ukubuza imibuzo wena ke uyaphendula awungibuzi imibuzo.
Yebo, ngiyabuza.
Yes.
Ngicela nje nami ukuthi ngikwazi ngokwamukela ukuthi kuzoba as much as noma ngikhuluma isiZulu kodwa kungaba khona igama lesingisi elingenayo mhlawumbe elilodwa. Ngikusho lokho ngoba ngikhule ngikhuluma kanje. So akuzokwazi kuba nakusenkantolo bese kuyashintsha. Ngizozama ngayo yonke indlela.
Yes, but I would also like to ask that you accept is yes, I'll speak isiZulu, but there will be instances where I include an English word. I am saying that because I grew up speaking like that. So now I'm not going to change because I am now in court.
Unfortunately, we have to follow the process and the procedure in court. We have to choose one language and follow it.
Ngeshwa ke kunendlela ke ekwenziwa ngayo ke enkantolo la khona ke fanele ukhethe uyilandele futhi.
Yebo, ngiyazwa.
Yes, I hear.
Let's start, Mr. Thwala. Are you related to Longe Thwala?
Ulongwe Thwala ingabe khona yini okuhlanganisayo nokuthi mhlambe isihlobo wakini?
Cha akukho.
No. They are not.
Are you also related to Mr. Chico Thwala?
Ubaba uChiko Thwala yena?
Cha.
No.
At the beginning of your examination in chief, you related the stories which took place in 2006 and 24 September before the incident took place in this case. You remember that?
It's 2006.
2006, yes, and 24 September 2014 before the incident took place in this matter.
Can you repeat that to the September date? My apologies.
24 September.
Okay.
Can you repeat the whole question?
Oh, sorry, my lord. At the beginning of your examination in chief, you related many incidents which took place before the date of the incident in this case.
Yes.
Is it correct, my lord? Thank you, my lord.
Ekufakazini bakho noma ngathi ke unikezela ngobufakazi bakho usho ke okuningi ke okwenzeka ngaphambilini kwalesigameko lesi esenzeka ngaleli langa.
Yebo ngiyakuzwa.
Yes, I hear you.
Yes. And do you agree with me that all you said regarding the incidents before the date of incident has got nothing to do with this case?
Uzovumelana nami yini uma ngabe ngithi konke
As a court, please, my lord, I don't think it's a fair question to the witness. Relevance is a legal concept. It's an issue that's determined by counsel. I think it's an issue that my learned friend can leave for argument.
There you are.
As the court pleases, my lord, I will rephrase, my lord.
Yes.
Just a minute, my lord. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, my lord. Mr. Thwala, do you confirm that the date of the incident in this case took place on the 26th of October 2014?
uyavuma yini ukuthi lokho kwenzeka kuqala kwenzeka zi-26 October 2014?
Yebo ngiyavuma.
Yes, I agree.
Yes.
And you had also admitted that you were under the influence of liquor or of alcohol when the incident in this case took place.
Uyavuma futhi nokuthi ushilo-ke ukuthi wawuphuze utshwala ngalela langa noma ngalesa sikhathi kwenzeka lesehlakalo?
Yebo ngisho ukuthi ngaphuza amakani amabili.
Yes, I did say that I drank 2 cans.
Okay. So, when the first and the second intruder entered the house, that happened when you were under the influence of alcohol.
Kathi-ke labo babili-ke bengena, owokuqala nowesibili-ke bangena uphuze utshwala wena.
Yebo saphuza, ngangiphuza.
Yes, we were drinking. I was drinking.
My lord, may I ask, or may I refer this court and the witness to Exhibit B, photo number photo number 33. I've asked the state to prepare the Exhibit B, my lord, so that it can be beamed out for the ease of reference to this witness. Photo number 133, my lord, of Exhibit B.
Yes.
Mr. Thwala, is it your evidence that you drank about 3 cans of Hunter's Gold or Hunter's Dry?
Kuyiqiniso yini ukuthi
Can correct me there.
awu 3 Hunter's Gold.
Firstly, Hunter's Gold.
Hunter's Gold.
Hunter's Gold, small cans.
And then obviously, yes, nangisengiphuze 2 lesithathu lamvulile.
And yes, I already drank 2. The third one was open.
Okay. The 3 that you had consumed are not depicted in that picture, is that correct?
La amathathu owaphuza-ke awekho kule sithombe.
Yebo, ngilibona.
Yes, I don't see.
And is it correct also that you are not the only person who was drinking on that day when you were sitting in the lounge?
Kuyiqiniso yini ukuthi-ke kwangasikwena kuphela umuntu owayephuza ngaleliya langa ngathi nanihlezi e-lounge?
Yebo, kuyiqiniso lokho.
Yes, that's true.
How many people who were drinking also,
Bangaki
including yourself?
abantu ababephuza usufaka nawe-ke bangaki abantu ababephuza?
Kakuyimina,
But myself,
umufi Senzo,
the deceased Senzo,
Tumelo,
Tumelo,
Zandi Khumalo,
Zandi Khumalo,
Kelly Khumalo.
Kelly Khumalo.
Enginganayo ishow yakhe ngoba wafika late nje ngisho ukuthi ngamnakile kakhulu uLongwe Thwala.
The person that I'm not certain about, and as I said, who arrived late, and as I said that I didn't take much note of, was Longwe Thwala.
So engikukhumbula kahle shuthi 5.
So that I can remember well, it's 5.
Okay. And just to remind me, how long did it take you as you were sitting down watching the TV and drinking alcohol inside the house before the shooting incident?
Kwathatha isikhathi esingakanani-ke nihlezi khona lapho nibheke i-TV niphuza utshwala ngaphambilini kokuthi isehlakalo sokuqhuma kwesibhamu senzeke?
If you still remember.
Uma ngabe usakhumbula.
Usho ukuthi from ukufika kwethu, just to make sure from ukufika kwethu till kuze kuqala kwenzeka ukudubula.
Just to be certain, do you mean as from where arrived and up until the shooting?
Yes.
Isikhathi siqala ukuphuza.
Or when we started drinking?
When you started drinking.
Ngaqala ukuphuza.
Mhlawumbe ngasho ukuthi up to 2 hours.
Maybe, I can say, maybe 2 hours.
Because azange sifike sase siyaphuza.
Because we didn't just arrive and then started drinking.
Okay. And as we have said, about 7 people were consuming liquor inside the house.
Nanjengoba kusishila ukuthi
5. Oh, sorry, my lord. 5 people that you have mentioned.
Kuthi bawu 5 abantu okhulume ngabo ababephuza utshwala.
Ababephuza yena.
Yes, who were drinking.
And obviously all of you, when I'm saying you, all of you had consumed alcohol more than what is depicted in that picture. In other words, more than the 2 cans that are depicted in that picture.
Futhi-ke naniphuze kusho nonke-ke labo babe lapho-ke naniphuze ngaphezu kwalokhu okukhonjiswayo-ke noma okuveziwe la esithombeni.
Sorry.
Practically.
Yebo.
Yes.
Insane.
That you're right.
Okay. Thank you. Let's move on now. Then, thank you, my lord. Then when you identified both intruders, you were under the influence of alcohol.
Ngalesikhathi-ke ba-identifya basho babona-ke ba-identifya ukwenza lokho uphuze utshwala.
Ngicela ungiphendula kahle.
Can you repeat the question well?
When you identified or when you saw the 2 intruders, that happened when you had already taken or when you had already consumed liquor.
Kathi ba-identify noma ubabona-ke laba abawu-2 kwenzeka lokho noma ubabona uphuze utshwala vele?
Yebo.
Yes.
after you had consumed alcohol. After you had consumed alcohol.
Emuva ukuphuza utshwala.
Yeah.
Yes.
And when you looked at the firearm in which you have testified about in this court, you looked at that firearm when you were under the influence of alcohol.
Ankathi ke ubheka isibhamu. Noma ubheka isibhamu ongibona isibhamu leso, usibheka isibhamu leso uphuze utshwala.
Answer court, please, my lord. Just maybe not to confuse the record. No, my learned friend is using the word under the influence and having consumed alcohol interchangeably. The two can mean two different things. But, we can just stick to perhaps just one proposition, it will be appreciated.
Thanks.
As the court please, my lord, can I just rephrase
Yeah.
the question? When you identified or when you looked at the firearm, you looked at the firearm after you had taken alcohol.
Kathi ubheka isibhamu noma usibona ke isibhamu, usibona leso sibhamu leso emuva kokuthi usuthathe utshwala.
Yebo, ngisengiphuzile. Yeah, ngisengiphuzile.
Yes, I had already drank.
Yes.
And when the shooting took place inside the house, it took place after you had taken alcohol.
Ngesikhathi ke noma ngalesikhathi sekudutshuka noma seqhuma ke isibhamu phakathi endlini, lokho kwenzeka emuva kokuthi usuphuzile noma usuthathe utshwala.
Yebo.
Yes, I hear you.
Yes.
Was there any, did you see if there was any forced entry through the kitchen door?
Ingabe wabona yini ke ukuthi uma kungena lapha kulesa sitapha sasekitchen ke kwangenwa mhlasimbe ke, don't know whether those will be the correct word, noma umuntu wayephoqa force lo ungenwe ngeforce khona lapha yana? No, I didn't see it.
Okay.
Yes.
Mr. Thwala, I know that it is your evidence that you did not come back to the house from hospital.
Ngiyazi ukuthi kubufakazi bakho noma ushilo ukuthi ukusuka esibhedlele awubuyelanga endlini futhi. Yes, I didn't go back to the house.
In other words, when the police arrived at the crime scene, you were no longer there.
Amagama ke nkathi amaphoyisa efika lapha yana ke kwenzeka khona ke isehlakalo lesi wawungekho wena lapha yana.
Cha, ngangiyekho.
No, I wasn't there.
And had you remained in the crime scene, the police would have found you and possibly the examination for the blood test would have been, can I just rephrase, my lord? Had you remained in the crime scene, the police would have found you at the crime scene and the police would have been able to conduct necessary investigation at the crime scene whilst you are still there, including the taking of blood test to test the level of alcohol in your body.
Uma kuwukuthi ke ongazange uhambeke khona lapha ku crime scene la isehlakalo senzeka khona ke aze afike ke amaphoyisa oqala ayizofika akufice ulapha yana amaphoyisa futhi ke ayezothi nalapho ke enze uphenyo lolo phenyo lelo ke olufaka phakathi ke ukudonda noma ukuthathwa kwegazi babhekeke ukuthi utshwala babuka ngakanani ke ngaphakathi kwena emzimbeni.
Is that correct?
Kuyiqiniso lo?
Ay, ngicela ungiphindele ke mawuzobuza is that correct? Ngoba mina bengisho ukuthi awungibuzanga ekuqaleni kanjalo so cela ngiphindeleke musuzongibuza kanjalo.
If you are going to ask me like that now, it's correct because that's not what you asked me before. Can you repeat?
Can you give the answer you wanted to give?
Okay, bengifuna ukusho ukuthi ngangeke nize ngihlale ngithi ngilinda amaphoyisa umngane ami edubuliwe ngoba ngangiphuthumisa yena esibhedlela. So ngicabanga ukuthi fanele ngilinde amaphoyisa ukuthi athathe ama-samples amagazi noma athathe ama-samples ami ngoba ngangiphuthumisa umngane ami esibhedlela.
I would not have waited for the police to arrive when my friend had been shot. So I rushed him to the hospital. Didn't know that I had to wait for the police for them to take blood samples.
Don't
I was rushing my friend to hospital.
We know the reason. We have testified. Your evidence is recorded. We know that. But the point I'm making to you, had you decided, had you remained in the crime scene, the police officers would have been able to conduct further investigations to you.
Ngiyakwazi lokho ufakazi bakho bucacile bukhona ke ku report kodwa nje engifisa nje noma engikushoyo wena ke kuwena ukuthi uma ngabe kwawukuthi ongazange uhambe ke uye khona ke ebhedlela uhlale lapha yana amaphoyisa ayezokwazi ukwenza uphenyo lawo nakuwena.
Yebo ngiyakuzwa.
Yes, I hear you.
And you would have also been present when the investigation, further investigation was conducted by the police at the crime scene now. You have been able to witness that had you remained behind.
Uma kuukuthi wawuseleke ngasemuva ke ungahambi wawuzoba khona ke nangenkathi amaphoyisa enza uphenyo lawo khona lapha yana isehlakalo senzeka khona.
Yebo ngiyakuzwa.
Yes, I hear you.
And I think, sorry my lord, can I just rephrase, I'm not thinking. And you would have been, should the police needed anything from you at the time when they arrived at the scene, they would have been able to talk to you or to interact with you at the crime scene when they firstly arrived.
Uma kuukuthi kwakukhona ke amaphoyisa ayezokufuna kuwena babezoba nalo ke ithuba noma bezokwazi ke ukuthi bakhulumisane nawe ngathi befika ukuqala.
Yebo ngiyakuzwa.
Yes, I hear you.
Yes?
And that further investigation, my lord, with the leave of the court, if this question will be allowed, and that further investigation that was going to be concluded by the police would have included the taking of the prime residue from the people who were inside the house when the incident took place.
Lolo penyo lolo.
If the question is allowed, my lord.
I'm asking myself, how will you know?
That's the court business, I'll rephrase, my lord.
It sounds like something which falls within the ambit of routine exercises,
As the court
but
business.
taking into consideration that we are talking to a lay person.
A lay
I don't-
person.
I
I'll
don't know how
rephrase,
to
my
say.
lord. Thank you, ma'am.
And Mala, just to add to that, we are deep in the realm of speculation as to what might or might not have happened. We've allowed this line of cross-examination to continue, but we suggest, my lord, it cannot be taken further as,
I don't think it is speculation that
yes.
had he remained at the scene, the police would have found him there. I think that's not
Yes.
speculation.
Yes, but we don't know what would have happened, my lord.
Yeah, no,
It's-
as to what would have
yes.
happened, it's another, but
Yes.
that it's not all speculation. Some of it is speculation, I agree.
As a court pleases.
Yes?
Let's now go back to your examination in chief, Mr. Thwala. You said, at first I thought it was someone they knew. I'm referring to the first intruder that entered inside the house.
Asibuyeleke kubufakazi bakho obunhloko ngathi ke umshushisi-ke uyena bokholayo uthe ekuqaleni wacabanga ke noma ucabanga ukuthi umuntu abamaziyo. Sikhuluma ngalo wokuqala ke owangena.
Yebo.
Yes, you're right.
What made you to think that it was someone that they knew? What is it that made you to think that?
Yini yakwenza ukuthi ucabange lokho ukuthi umuntu abamaziyo noma kwakuwumuntu abamaziyo?
Engingakusho ukuthi ngendlela aqhamuka ngayo yabo waqhamuka nje umuntu othushuka nje la kule arc ekade ngisho so kumina angazi nami ukuthi indaba ngicabanga kanjalo ngihlezi ngisho nami angazi ngicabangelani lokho
It's the manner in which the person appeared, my lord. The person just appeared from the ark there, and I don't know why is it that I thought like that. I even asked myself as to what it is that made me to think like that.
Good question. Good answer, Mr. Thwala. You don't know why you thought like that. The second question. You testified that you saw that the first intruder carried a firearm.
Washo nokuthi wambona ke phethe isibhamu. Lokuqala
Yebo.
wangena, yes.
ngakusho lokho
I said that.
What makes you to say the second intruder carried the firearm? Sorry, my lord, not the second, the first intruder. Thank you. The first intruder.
Yini ekwenza uthi ke lokuqala ke owayekuphethe kwakuyisibhamu?
What made you to say it was a firearm?
Yini le ekwenza usho ukuthi kwakuyisibhamu?
ngoba ngasibona ngendlela isibambe ngayo ukuthi isibambe lesi
Because I saw it in the manner in which he carried it, that this is a firearm.
What is it that you saw?
Yini
Can you
le
describe
owayibona?
it? What is it that you saw that made you to see or to come to a conclusion that this is a bottle, or this is a mic, or this is a barrel? But now in reference witness. And the 7th line read as follows, my lord. With the leave of the court, can I just read it as is? Because it's part of the evidence, my lord. What I'm going to read into the record.
Yes.
It says, one had a firearm in his hand and said, "Futak, cell phones and money." Do you see that?
Uyakubona lokho uqeda ufuna manje.
Yebo.
Yes, I see it.
And when you were testifying now, in your evidence in chief, you never mentioned that.
Nkathi unikeza ngobufakazi bakho ke obuyinhloko ke noma uqala unikeza ngobufakazi bakho awuzange ukusho lokho yayo.
In other words, my lord, sorry, my lord. In other words, Mr. Thwala, you never said the one who had a firearm in his hand said, "Futek, cell phones and money." You only said he demanded cell phones and money. If I'm correct in what you have said, you can correct me. You never said that.
As a court, please, my lord, it's not correct. The state did lead the witness regarding exhibit P1, and he did explain as to why that expletive should not have been included in his statement.
Thank you, my lord. Thank you, my lord. Can I move on, my lord?
Yes.
Those 3 words, Mr. Thwala, Futek, cell phone and money. Is that Zulu?
isiZulu lesiyana ngamagama amathathu.
So Zulu.
No, it's not isiZulu.
Is that Sotho?
It's Sotho.
So Zulu.
No, it's not Sotho.
Thank you. You have been grilled in this court to specifically explain in what language did the intruder demanded the cell phone. You remember that?
Yes.
Yes.
And I take it's on record that you couldn't tell this court in what language, because you ended up saying in Zulu, which was in Sotho.
Ngizothatha ukuthi ke kwazanga ke noma ufananga ukuthi utshele lenkantolo ukuthi kwakuwuluphi ulwimi ngoba uthe ke isiZulu isiSotho.
Cha, kantolo ngitshelile indlela mina engisho ngayo.
No,
ayihambiselani nokwena okubonayo akusho ukuthi angikusho.
No, I told the court that you don't agree with that. It doesn't mean that I didn't say it.
What did you say? Can you remind me?
Inokushilo, ngangikhumbula.
Ngiqale ngokusho ukuthi sorry. Ngiqale ngokusho ukuthi umani no cell phone igama lesingisi lelo.
I started by saying money and cell phones. Those are English words.
Kodwa bengashiwo umlungu ngoba lo muntu wayephambi kwami ngayena umlungu.
But it wasn't said, or those words were not uttered by a white person, because the person that was in front of me was not a white person.
Umuntu wami phambi kwamnyama umuntu omnyama.
The person that was standing in front of me was a black person.
Ngaze ngasho ukuthi money and cell phone ukusho ngelanguage engiyazi mina ukuthi isiZulu Sotho kodwa towards isiZulu. Why ngisho?
I even said that that he said money and cell phones. He said it in isiZulu, Sesotho, but more towards isiZulu.
Yes,
It's
just
Zulu
stop there,
Sotho.
just stop there, just stop there.
Okay.
That's what I wanted. He
Yes,
said
right.
it in Zulu, which is Sotho.
Cha, ngisho ukuthi which is Sotho.
I didn't say which is.
He said in Zulu?
Okay, isiZulu.
Ngiqedela.
Yes.
Can I finish?
Ngicela uqedela ke mase uyangibuza.
Yes.
Ngithe mina ukhulume ngesizulu Sotho kodwa towards isiZulu. Why?
I said Zulu Sotho
Okay.
towards isiZulu.
Okay.
Why ngisho
Just
njalo?
end there. Just stop there.
Okay.
There is no language referred to Zulu Sotho. It's either Zulu or Sotho.
Alukho ke ulimi ekuthiwa isiZulu Sotho. Akube isiZulu noma isiSotho.
Mungase ungilinde ngikuchazele ukuthi why ngisho njalo. Angithi uyangibuza umbuzo kuthe ngikuphendule i-answer. Ngilinde ngikuqedelele.
If you were to wait for me
IsiZulu.
to answer,
IsiZulu somuntu okhulunywa umuntu wasemlazi nesiZulu somuntu okhulunywa umuntu wasekatlehong for example or Soweto nesiZulu esikhulunywa umuntu mhlawumbe wasenkandla or kuphi asifani leso Zulu.
bambe lapho ke. IsiZulu that is spoken by someone from Umlazi, and isiZulu that is spoken by someone from Katlehong, and isiZulu spoken by someone from Nkandla. That's not the same.
Forget about that, and it's irrelevant in this case. What is more relevant here is that there is no person who can demand cell phone in Zulu Sotho language.
Ukhohlwe ke lokho ngoba ke akukho nje okuhlanganisa ke nalokho esibhekene nako lana ke. Akekho nje umuntu ongafuna i-cellphone nemali ngesiZulu Sotho.
And the reason, can I proceed, my lord?
Yes.
Thank you. And the reason why you are saying so is because that incident took place when you had taken alcohol.
Imbangela yokuthi ukusho ke lokho yingoba isehlakalo lesiyana senzeka ke uphuze utshwala.
You want to respond?
Cha, ngizophendula.
No, I want this one.
Very good. My lord, I think it's the good time to take for the short adjournment now, my lord. For 15 minutes, my lord. My lord, it's 11:10 now. Can we resume at 25?
25
25, yes.
on the clock.
lapha i-cellphone yayi kwi-stand noma phezu kwe-stand se-TV.
Yebo kuyiqiniso lokho.
Yes, that's true.
Yes.
After the second intruder, if there was any, had demanded the cell phones, you were able to stand up and take your cell phone?
Uma kuwukuthi lo wesibili ke kwakuwukuthi wafuna ke ama-cellphone, uma ngabe wayekhona ke wesibili wangena, wawuzothatha i-cellphone yakho?
Angikuzwa kahle mawuthi uma owesibili wafuna ama-cellphone, kanti ubani wafuna ama-cellphone owokuqala noma owesibili ngoba owokuqala, so angikuzwa kahle yangidida lapho.
You are confusing me. I don't understand you when you say if the second one would have wanted, but who wanted the cell phone, the first one or the second one?
If I refer to the second intruder, it means it was a mistake. The only person inside this house who demanded the cell phone is the first intruder.
Uma ngabe ngithe owesibili ke iphutha ke lelo, uyedwa kuphela ke umuntu laphayana owafuna i-cellphone yiwe oqala wangena.
So don't be diverted so easily. The only person who demanded cell phone is the first intruder.
Umuntu oqala ke shintshwa ke ungajiki nje lula nje noma lula nje kanjalo. Umuntu nje kuphela uyedwa kuphela umuntu owafuna ama-cellphone lapha kwakulo wokuqala.
Firstly, hayi ngoba nakho ngithi ngiyadiverta njengoba usho, ngiyakucorrecta kahle kahle ngoba egcineni kube bengivumile buzothi second intruder kanjani, so kufanele ngikucorrecte uma ukuthi ngibone ukuthi khona la wenze khona iphutha nawe.
Not to say that I am being diverted. Actually, I am correcting you because if I had admitted or said the second intruder, then you would have said second intruder. So if you are making a mistake, I also have to correct you.
Okay, then you can answer my question now because you understand it.
Ngophendula umbuzo wami ngoba sezwana ke manje.
Cela ungiphindela kahle kumbuzo wakho.
Can you repeat the question well?
The first intruder demanded the cell phones, if there was any intruder.
Lona owaqala kumngeneleni noma wangena ke wafuna ama-cellphone uma kuwukuthi ukhona umuntu owangena.
Yebo wafuna.
Yes, he demanded.
And it's your evidence that you were able to take your cell phone to move and take your cell phone, be able to take your cell phone from the TV stand.
Ufakazi bakho ke ukuthi into owayenza ke ukuthi usukume uthathe i-cellphone yakho lapha kwi-TV stand la eyayikhona.
Yebo ngayithatha ngasuka ngayithatha.
Yes, I took it.
And what was the second intruder doing when you were moving, taking the cell phone?
Ngalesikhathi wena ke ususuka ke uthatha i-cellphone yakho ke lo wesibini ke wangena yena kwakuyini ayenzayo?
Angizange ngize ngimnake phela wesibili ngathi isikhathi oba ngibhekele mina ngithatha i-cellphone angithi.
I didn't take note of the second one because I was looking that side, taking the cell phone, not so.
If it's true that the second intruder had demanded the cell phone, but why you didn't take the cell phone in front of him?
Thank you. Repeat it again and said the second.
First intruder
Okay.
had demanded the cell phone, and the cell phone was in front of him at that particular time.
Ngalesikhathi ke lona athathe afuna ke i-cellphone, ufuna i-cellphone noma udemanda ke i-cellphone, futhi ke i-cellphone yayila phambi kwakhe ke ngaleso sikhathi leso le eyakho othi wayithatha ke khona la ku-TV stand.
Yebo ngiyakuzwa ukuthi uthini kodwa phela angazi noma wayeyibona indlo cellphone noma wayengaboni, angiyena mina so ngenze ngimkhulumele.
Yes, I hear what you are saying, but I'm in no position to tell whether he was able to see the cell phone or not. I am not him. I won't be able to speak on his behalf.
And how far was the cell phone from the first intruder when he demanded the cell phones to all of you inside the house? I'm referring to your cell phone.
Kathi ke efuna lama cellphone enuke nonke ababehlezi endlini. Wayekude kangakanani ke kweyakho i-cellphone la kwindawo eyayikuyona.
If you can recall.
Ngabe kokuthi usafuna.
Ngiyacabanga ukuthi ngiyazi ngeke ngize ngikwazi ukurecalla lokho.
I think I won't be able to recall that unless we were to go to the house for the measurements to be taken.
No, we understand the reason why you can recall it. It's fine, it's on record. Let's proceed. Now, we are at the time of the shooting incident. Correct?
Manje ke sesikulapha ke la isibhamu siqhuma khona.
Yebo.
Yes.
Ngiyakuzwa.
Okay.
When the shooting incident took place, it happened so fast.
Ngathi ke isibhamu siqhuma ke kwenzeka ngokusheshsha lokho.
Yebo.
Yes.
Ngizwa.
That's true.
Yes.
How far were you from the deceased when the shot was fired?
Ngathi ke isibhamu siqhuma wena ke wawukude kangakanani nomufi
If you can recall,
uma ngabe kuukuthi ke usakhumbula.
Ngiyacabanga ukuthi bengichazile ukuthi mina ngangime ngakuphi nanokuthi ngesikhathi ngizwa isibhamu siqhuma kokuqala ukuthi yena umufi wayekuphi, but obviously ngama measurements angeke ngize ngikwazi ukusho lokho, but ngiyacabanga ukuthi kitchen ngiyalibona nani angazi ma measurements ali kitchen enziwayo.
I think I did say where I was standing when the shot went off or was fired and where the deceased was, and but with regards to the measurements, and all of you or all of us were able to see the kitchen, but I don't know whether there were measurements taken of the kitchen.
let's forget about the measurements. Tell us, from where you are standing, how far was the deceased from you when the shot was fired? If you are able to estimate. If you cannot, also tell us that you cannot.
Uma ukwazi ukuthi ushoke noma uqageleke uzoshoke, uma ungakwazi ushoke ukuthi kula umi khona ke umufike nkathi isibhamu siqhuma ukuphi nendawo ukuthi kangakanani kwena.
Noma ngafuna ukuzibophezela ngama measurements kodwa engakusho ukuthi wayengekho kude kakhulu.
Yeah, you can
Although
estimate it.
There is an estimate. So
Although I won't commit as far as measurements are concerned, but he wasn't far from me.
Yeah, the reason why you cannot even give the estimate of a distance between you and the deceased when the shot was fired, it's because you had taken alcohol.
Imbangela ke yokuthi ke ungakwazi ke noma ungakhona ukuthi uchazeke ukuthi wayekude kangakanani kwena ingoba waphuze utshwala.
Lokho ke ngiyakuzwa kodwa ukusho ukuthi ngangikwazi ukubona lokho noma bekuthiwa usho kanjalo wena.
Even if you say so, I hear what you are saying, but I was able to see everything.
Can you recall what was the position of the deceased when the shot was fired? Was he facing you? Which direction the deceased face was facing when the shot was fired?
Ingabe ungasho yini noma usakhumbula yini ukuthi iposition yakhe noma ukuthi wayebheke ngakuluphi uhlangothi, ngaba wayebheke ngakwena noma wayebheke ngakuluphi uhlangothi ngalesikhathi isibhamu siqhuma umufi?
If you can recall.
Uma kuwukuthi usakhumbula.
Cha, angeke ngize ngisho ukuthi wayebheke ngakuphi, njengoba ngingachaza ukuthi phambi kwami abantu ababekhona futhi kakhona uZandi noma kaKheli, so angeke ngize ngisho ukuthi wayebheke ngakuphi.
No, I won't be able to say which direction he was facing because I also said that in front of me was Zandi and Kelly's mother.
At what stage did you leave the room? Or at what stage did you leave the house?
Uphume ngasiphi noma uzophuma nini ke erumini?
Or you can't recall it?
Kitchen.
Is it the kitchen?
Yeah, house.
Okay, all right.
Whether kitchen or toilet, it's the house.
Right. Ngiphume after sekuqhuma isibhamu.
After the shot had been fired.
And at the time when you went out, what was the position for the deceased?
Ngalesikhathi ke uphumayo ke iposition kamufi eyinjani?
Ngiyacabanga ukuthi ngike ngachaza ukuthi umufi lesikhathi uqhuma isibhamu umufi ngaphambana naye. Futhi ngiphambana naye yena uza ngala nasengala ngisuka ngakhona. Mina ngiyophuma ngasemnyango. So yena ubheke mina kanje, mina ngiya phuma ngasemnyango.
I think I did make mention of that when the shot was fired or went off, that we crossed paths, myself and the deceased. He was coming towards the direction that I was coming from, and I was going towards the door.
So he was facing you?
Ekbhekile.
Yebo ngakusho lokho.
Yes, I would say that.
Yeah.
From the direction where the shot came from, you said who were there?
Uhlangothi loluyana ke isibhamu sasiqhuma ngakhona ke uthi kwakuwobani ababe lapho kuleya ndawo la isibhamu sasiqhuma khona kwakuwobani abalapho?
Akukhona uTumelo Madlala,
Tumelo Madlala,
akukhona uSenzo,
Senzo,
Mufi, kakhona uZandi, kakhona uMakazandi ngikhumbulayo kamese kube nabantu abawu2.
Senzo, the deceased, there was Zandi's mother, and then the 2 people.
Okay. And it is also evidence that you did not see exactly who fired shot.
Ukwazi ubona ke ubufakazi bakho ukuthi awuzange uboneke ukuthi ubani owadubula
Out of these people who were there.
kulabo abantu ababe laphayana.
Engikushoyo ukuthi umuntu wayephethe isibhamu lapho wayeyedwa enikakulomfishane, so obviously isibhamu sasiqhume kuyena.
What I'm saying is that there was only one person who was in possession of a firearm there. It was the short one, and the firearm went off from him.
Did you see who
What
fired
one?
shot?
Cha, ngibona.
No, I didn't see.
Okay, thank you. Then you said you ran into the neighbor's house. You remember that?
Uyakhumbula uthi wase ubaleka ke uyongena kwamakhelwane.
Yebo ngiyakhumbula ukuthi ngabaleka ngiphuma ngicela amakhelwane.
Yes, I remember saying I went to the neighbors.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, you said you ran out to the neighbor's house. We were there. You remember that?
Uthi ke wabalekela ke kwamakhelwane.
Yebo.
Yes.
When you were running into the neighbor's homestead, is it correct that the wall between the 2 houses is shorter than the gate at the neighbor's house in which you went through it?
Ingaba kuyiqiniso yini ke ukuthi udonga ke olohluka lemizi lena emibili ke ukuthi lona ke kufushane uma ngabe uqhathanisa ke negate leyana owajompa kuyona.
Cha kuyiphutha lo.
Udonga lolu kanye negate le owajompa kuyona.
Okay, udonga lolu oluhlukanisa kaKheli nakamakhelwane. Lude kunodonga loluhlukanisa elingasegethini lakhona.
The wall that now separates Kelly's as well as the neighbor is taller than the gate. Ne?
Yebo.
Okay. When you came back from the neighbors,
Before we proceed, so that I don't get confused, your question speaks about going through the gate.
through the gate, yes. Yes.
Yeah.
I was asking
Which to me means that the gate was open and he went through.
Oh, my apologies, my lord. Can I just rephrase going over?
Okay.
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Did you go through or over the gate?
Ingaba ke wangena kuyona igate noma wajompa kuyona.
Okay, just to explain, when I ran out of the house, of the Kelly Kumalo house, I went through Kelly's gate, which does not have a gate, it's just open, and then I went to jump over the fence of the neighbor's house. I think she's referring to the fences, not Kelly Kumalo's gate.
Uma ngiphuma ke kubona ke uKevin noma ke endlini kamaka Kelly ngaphuma ke gateini ayikho ke noma likho ke isango lapho ke kuvulekile nje ngase ngiyake kwamakhelane ila khona ke engajomba khona ke.
My Lord, can I refer the witness to Exhibit B, photo number 1, where in this gate we are talking about is depicted clearly. And also photo number 4, wherein the fence between the two houses is also depicted clearly. Those two pictures, my Lord.
Photos number,
Number 1 and 4 of Exhibit B, my Lord.
come again?
Of Exhibit 4, my Lord. Of Exhibit B, photo number 1 and 4 of Exhibit B. Photo 1, please. Yes. That's photo 1, my Lord. Of Exhibit B.
Yeah.
Yeah. Which gate are you referring to in that picture?
Ukhuluma ngayo gate kule picture. I went out of here.
Yes, sir.
I came here and I jumped here. I jumped here.
For the record, can we just avoid saying I moved out here and I jumped here? Because the record does not understand what is here. Just say it in Zulu. Where did you jump? Say don't go there, you don't have to go there.
Concrete fence, like what?
I don't know whether to say it's a concrete fence or what, but I jumped here.
And what is the gate that is depicted there, blackish like, next to the entrance that we have shown into the court? What is that? Is that part of the fence or is that part of the gate?
Ingxenye gate noma ingxenye ke yocingo yeme-fence.
Usho yiphi?
Or you did not?
Emnyama lapho kungakunqela khona.
La i-gate, usho
Yeah.
i-gate.
Just next to where you had pointed out.
Eduze kwala uqeda ukhomba.
Mawusho lento emnyama i-gate leyo.
When you're referring to the black,
Advocate.
I think that's a gate.
Advocate Mshololo, it seems there's a need for a technician to look at the recording machine.
Oh, sorry, my lord.
How long? 15. They need a 15 minutes break to attend to the machine.
That's the court business.
Can we return as we did after tea
That's the court.
on the clock?
He said, jump over the pedestal.
phakathi kwakho uthe weqala noma wajombha-ke igate le engenongane.
Cha, ngishongo lokho.
No, what did you say there?
What did you say?
Ngithe ngajomba u-concrete, hayi gate.
Okay, I said
Concrete.
I jumped the concrete, not the gate.
Okay, it's fine. Let's leave it there. I will go back to your evidence. The wall between the houses. Why didn't you jump in that wall if you were running away for your life?
Ngalo lohlukanisa imizi leyana emibili-ke uma kwakuwukuthi ubalekela impilo yakho kwangani-ke ukuthi ungajombi udonga loyana?
Angicabanga ukuthi kakuzofanele kune-specific kufanele ngijombe kuleli donga leli. Ingqondo uma wenza lento eyenzakalayo uyenza ngale ndlela isikhathi kwenzeka ngaso. So mina okwami kwakuthi ngiphume ngegate. Ngathi mase ngibaleka ngehle ngathi ngacabanga ukuthi ngijombe egate-ini.
I don't think that in that which was happening there that I would have jumped there, would have been able to jump that wall because it happened in the manner in which it happened, and I thought like that at that moment to go through the gate, out of the gate, and whilst walking, that's when I then decided to jump over the gate.
Is it correct that you were running in fear for your life at that time?
Oh, sorry. Okay, the witness is just correcting something I said that. I said walking, he says he was running.
Is it correct that you were running in fear for your life at that time?
Kuyiqiniso ukuthi ngathi-ke wabalekela usabela impilo yakho.
Yebo, kuyiqiniso lokho.
Yes, that's true.
And you decided to take the longest way of going through the gate from Kumalo's homestead.
Wase uphuma-ke nomthatha isinqumo-ke sokuthi uthathe-ke indlela ende yokuthi uyophuma-ke egeyithini ngaphaya kwamakhumalo.
Ngiyacabanga ukuthi kuyi-longest way kuwena, hayi kumina. Mina ngaphuma ngoba ngibaleka. So ngake ngize ngicabanga ukuthi fanele ngibaleke ngijombe la ukuthi fanele ngenzeni. Mina angibaleka ekugcineni.
I think it was the longest, or it is the longest way to you, but not to me. I didn't think that I should get out and just jump here. To me, that is the way that I used.
Okay. From the picture that is depicted there, the wall between the houses is the closest.
Kusithombe lesi esisibonayo laphayana-ke udonga lolu eliphakathi kwemizi leyana emibili-ke lona-ke oluseduze.
Is closer than the gate, the concrete gate in which you ran into Ngashe's homestead. Am I correct?
Lona-ke oluseduze une-concrete lo oyikhombileke othi yena owajombela kuyona ungena emzini wakwaNgashe.
Kube kuzoba neshow kahle urefera to lo donga ngithi.
Referring to that wall, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay.
Yebo, ilona olaliseduze.
Yes, it was the closest.
Which one was the closest? The one.
Angithi ukhuluma ngalolo.
Are you
Yes.
referring to this wall?
Yebo. Uphuma kwami la ilona donga laliseduze.
When I went out there, it was the closest.
No, from the kitchen where you went through.
Yebo.
The wall between the houses is the one that was the closest to you.
Uma uphuma kitchen, angithi uyaphuma kitchen, unalo udonga lohlukanisa imizi emibili. So uthi-ke lona-ke oluseduze.
Ngiyacabanga ukuthi ngivuma lokho nami.
I think that's what I'm agreeing to.
Okay. And the one that you went over is not the closest.
La owajomba khona akho seduze.
Yebo.
Yes.
And you decided to not to jump over the closest one, and you went through the longest one. You took the long way.
Wathatha isinqumo sokuthi ungajombi kulolu-ke oluseduze kodwa uthathe indlela ende.
Phela ukuphuma kwami endlini kangaphuma ngoba ngithi ngiyaphuma ngiyojoba concrete. Ngaphuma ngoba ngibaleka, ngisaphinde ngiyasho. Ngaphuma ngoba ngibaleka, ngiza ngala ngasemgaqweni. That's when I decided ukuthi ngijobe concrete ngingene la kamakhelwane.
Well, I'm saying this again. When I went out of the house, I didn't go out of the house knowing or having decided already that I was going to jump the concrete. I went out there running. So whilst running, that's when I took the decision to jump over the concrete wall.
What was the reason for you to run out of the house?
Kwakuyini isizathu esabangela ukuthi-ke uphume ubaleke endlini?
Ngoba kakunalethi lokho kwakwenzeka ngaphakathi endlini, which was labo bantu ababengenile uqhume nesibhamu futhi, so ngakufisabela impilo yami.
Because it was because of what happened in the house. The people that came in, the firearm went off, or shot went off, and then I was scared and running for my life.
Okay. And you testified that you went back to Khumalo's homestead before you could see whether the intruder was still inside or not. Is that correct?
Ushilo ke nokuthi wase ubuyela khona ke kwaKhumalo ungazi ke nokuthi lo ngenelele ke wayesekhona lapho noma cha.
And ngiyacabanga ukuthi ngichazile lokho ukuthi ngabuza kumakakheli wamtshela ukuthi ubalekile uphumile, so ilapho ngakwazi ukuthi ngingena phakathi endlini ngoba ngangisengizwile vele ukuthi uphumile wabaleka.
I think I said it that I spoke to Kelly's mother and I inquired from Kelly's mother, and she then said that he went out running or he ran. So I had already heard.
After you ran out of the house, did you have your cell phone with you?
Ngathi uphume endlini ubaleka ke i-cellphone yakho uyiphethe kuwena?
Yebo yayikhona kumina.
Yes, it was on me.
Did you call the police or did you seek any help when you were outside after you had gone out the house?
Ma usuphumile ke endlini ngabe mhlawumbe wafonela yini amaphoyisa noma ufuna nje usizo?
As much as cell phone yami yayikumina off, ngicabanga ukuthi bengichazile lokho, that's why ngangifake charging. So yayi off ngeke ngizokwazi ukufona ngayo ngoba yayi off.
As much as I had my cell phone, I think I mentioned that, and that's the reason why I had it. I had plugged it in the charger. That it was off, so I would not have been able to make a call.
Did you ask the neighbors that you spoke to call the police?
Ngabo wabatala yini omakhelwane owakhuluma nabo ukuthi bafonela amaphoyisa?
Hayi cha ngikhumbula.
No, I don't recall.
Did you ask the neighbors to call the ambulance?
Wabatala yini omakhelwane ukuthi bafonele ambulance?
Cha ngikhumbula.
No, I don't recall.
Why not?
Kungani?
Angazi anginayo definite answer ukuthi why ngingakwenzanga lokho, but ngiyakhumbula ukuthi sakwenza sesingaphakathi bakushiwo sesingaphakathi.
I don't know. I don't have a definite answer as to why I didn't do that, but I do recall that it was done when we were inside already, or when we were inside.
You further testified that you put a towel, you found the deceased bleeding and you put a towel.
Okunye futhi okushilo ukuthi ke wamthola ke umufi enegazi mephuma ke igazi wasuthatha ke domucela itowel wabeka khona lapho.
Yebo kuyiqiniso lokho.
Yes, that's true.
Why did you decide to do that instead of calling for an ambulance?
Yini ke eyakwenza ukuthi noma yakwenza ukuthi uthathe leso sinqumo kunokuthi ufonele iambulance?
Into engithatha leso sinqumo ngoba ngangisengibonile ukuthi udubulekile uSenzo. No.
The reason why I took that decision is because I had already seen now that Senzo had been shot.
So from knowledge yami ngasho umuntu yami ngazi ukuthi umuntu mayidubulekile ukuthatha into ibeke over la idubuleke khona.
Now from my knowledge, and that will not refer to anyone else, but my knowledge, I know that when someone had been shot, you put something over where he had been shot.
Instead of calling ambulance?
Yes.
Unokuthi ufonele ambulance.
Sasho ukuthi ngesikhathi sibeka ilo ithawula ngiyacabanga ukuthi ngikushilo lokho ukuthi kwakhona umakhelwane eshoyo ukuthi fonelani ambulance, fonela amaphoyisa, kwaba khona oshoyo ukuthi ngoba usaphila mphuthumisene esibhedlela.
I think I did say it, and I'm still going there. I did say it when I put the towel. That's when then the neighbor said that phone the ambulance, and someone else said call the police. And then it was also said that because he is still alive, rush him to hospital.
How long did it take you to go to the hospital?
Ngiyacabanga ukuthi umuntu sasithukile sikhuluma naye ngangasinakile isikhathi ngangenzeka isinake kakhulu ke nje futhi isikhathi lapho.
I think that everyone was in shock speaking to him, and wasn't looking at the time or taking note of the time.
Yes.
And you said when you were taking the deceased to the hospital, you left behind Makhumalo.
Ushilo ukuthi ngathi nimhambisa ke nimsesibhedlela uMakhumalo namshiya ngasemuva.
Yebo wasala ngemuva.
Yes, she remained behind. Sorry.
Ngoba wayengekho emotweni.
Yes, she remained behind because she was not in the vehicle that we were in, the vehicle that left first.
But in hospital when they were calling for elders, Makhumalo was there also.
Kodwa ke ngathi ufuna umuntu omdala noma abadala esibhedlela wayesekhona uMakhumalo.
Yebo wafika after 10.
Yes, she arrived after us.
Yeah.
My lord, can I just refer the witness to Exhibit A7?
To what?
It's a statement, my lord. It's a patient's statement from the clinic. I'm not sure if the state can be able to beam it. Do you see that statement?
Yes, what?
Yebo ngisibona.
Yes, I do.
That statement is a document that was completed in at the clinic wherein the deceased was admitted by yourself.
I-document ke noma eyagcwaliswa khona lapha e-clinic la awaye-admithwe khona umufi.
And there is paragraph under the assessment. You see that paragraph?
Yebo.
Yes.
It says at the arrival, the victim was not breathing, had no pulse from the car. The people were fully dilated and not reaching to light. You see that?
Yebo.
Yes.
Do you understand what is there? Can it be interpreted?
I lost track of the exhibit you are referring to.
My lord, it's not part of the exhibit yet. It's a statement which is part of the docket. Can I borrow a copy from my learned friends for the court to follow? Do you see that?
Oh. Lana ke okuchazwa noma okubhalwe lana ke ukuthi inkathi efika ke wayengaphefumuli, inkathi efika esibhedlela noma eclinic engaphefumuli.
Mr. Malone, you have a copy of what is being...
Yes, my lord.
Yeah.
The paragraph I've referred the witness to is the one, my lord, that is under the paragraph assessment. Paragraph 1, 2, 3. It will be paragraph 4 assessment, my lord.
Yeah.
Has that
Ekufikeni kwakhe ke noma uma ngaba efika esibhedlela wayengaphefumuli futhi ke ukusuka emotweni bathi ke uma bemuzwa ke wayengena pulse futhi ke nenhlamvu yehlo ke futhi iyayinkulu futhi ke uma ngabe bebeke light kuyona ke engereact with light.
you see?
Yebo.
Yes, I hear you.
So that was the cause of the delay in arriving in hospital.
So kwakuyikona ke noma ke iyona ke imbangela leyo ke yokulibazisa ukuthi ekufikeni nokuthi ufika esibhedlela.
Angizwa ke kahle lapho.
Now I don't understand you.
When you
Because
arrived,
of delay.
when you arrived in hospital, the victim was not breathing,
Uma ngabe nifika esibhedlela wayengaphefumuli.
Yebo.
had no pulse.
Engenayo pulse.
Yep.
Yes.
And from the time when the deceased had been shot, instead of being rushed to hospital, you delayed and putting towel into the wound instead of rushing the deceased to the hospital.
kusukela ngenkathi ke awadutshulwa ngayo nale bathisa ke nambeka ithaweli ke endaweni yokuthi nje asiwe esibhedlela.
As a result, by the time you arrived in hospital, he was not breathing. He had no pulse.
Ngalokho ke
Do you have any comment?
ngenxa lokho ke sorry.
As a court, please, my lord, what causal link is there between the declaration of death of the deceased on arrival and the conduct of the witnesses? We submit, my lord, that's a question that should be put to a medical expert, not to a lay person. As a court, please.
Thank you, my lord. Can you just rephrase, my lord, like this? How long did it take from the time of the shooting and the time in which you arrived in hospital with the deceased?
Angikubeke ngale ndlela ke ukuthi kwathatha isikhathi esingakanani kusukela ngesikhathi adutshulwa ngaso kuze kube yisikhathi sokufika esibhedlela ukuthi kwaba isikhathi esingakanani lokho.
Ngicabanga ukuthi ngiye ngakuchaza lokho ukuthi konke nje kwenzeka fast kwenzeka ngendlela yokwenzeka ngakhona. Anginaso isikhathi sokubhekana newash. Ngeke ukuthi kwenzeka lento manje kufanele ngibuke iwash la ukuthi seku 10 minutes seku 15 minutes angeke ngizokwazi ukwenza lokho. So lo mbuzo ngeke ngikwazi ukuphendula.
I want to be able to answer that question. I think I did say or mention that everything happened fast and it happened in the manner in which it happened. So there was no way that now when it happened I was going to look at the time and say, oh, now it's 10 minutes, now it's 15 minutes.
Yeah, but it's very crucial for this court to know as to how long did it take for the deceased to arrive or to get medical attention.
Kodwa ke into esemqoka ke leyo kule nkantolo ukuthi izokusiza ke noma izosiza inkantolo ukuthi ke ithathe isinqumo uma ngabe yazi ukuthi kwamthatha isikhathi singakanani umufi ukuthi ayofika esibhedlela.
Yebo ngiyakuzwa nombono wakho oshoyo kodwa nami angeke ngize ngikwazi ukuthi ngi-estimate or ngibophezele ngesikhathi.
Yes, I hear you and I hear your view as well, but I won't be able to commit myself and say or mention the time.
Okay. Let's go back a little bit back to the house.
I guess we nje kancane endlini.
There is statement that was made by Nonhlanhla Kelly Khumalo as per A17, my lord. Can I refer the witness to paragraph 7 of that statement? My lord, it is also not an exhibit yet.
Yep.
My lord, just to correct the documents that have been submitted before the court, may the document which I have just referred to the witness to be marked as an exhibit.
Be marked.
Yes, or be admitted as an exhibit.
That makes it exhibit what?
I'm not sure the number of the
As a court, please, my lord, that would be exhibit Q.
Come again.
Exhibit Q.
Thank you, my lord. Paragraph 7, the second part of paragraph 7. Yeah. No, the last part of paragraph 7, on the second page. Is that A17? Yes. Yes, thank you. Thank you, that one. My lord, can I proceed? Thank you, my lord. Mr. Thwala, this is the statement that was made by Ms. Mthokozisi Thwala.
Statement lesi esenziwa uyena ke noNhlanhla Kelly Khumalo.
Yebo.
Yes.
And in line number 3 of that statement, she says, I then ran into the bedroom and pushed the door. The tall guy followed me and tried to push the door open while I was pushing on the other side.
Ngase ngibaleka ke ngiyongena ekamereni ngaphusha ke isicabha lo omude wangilandela wazama ke ukuthi aphushe isicabha ukuthi sivuleke ngale nkathi mina ke ngangiphusha ngolunye uhlangothi noma kwelinye side.
Yebo
Did you
ngiyakuzwa.
hear
Yes, I
that?
hear you.
Yes.
Okay. We know that Ms. Khumalo is still going to come and testify. You understand?
Siyakwazi ke lokho ukuthi usezoza ke azonikeza ubufakazi uMs Khumalo.
Okay.
Yebo.
Yes.
But what I'm referring you to, it's the statement that she made under oath.
Engikukhombisa kona ke istatement ke awasenza efungile
Which forms part of the evidence in this case.
ekuyingxenye yobufakazi kuleli cala.
And from your testimony, you never mentioned what has been referred to in that statement, which I've read to you.
Kobakho ke ubufakazi awushongo lutho ngalokho okulesi statement engiqeda ukufundela kona manje.
Okay. I want your comment or your response. Did that take place or not?
Ngifisa ukuzwa kuwena ke ukuthi kwenzeka lokhu noma cha.
The issue of Ms. Kelly running into the bedroom, being followed by the second intruder.
Ukuthi wabalekela ekamereni wase sukelwa noma lona ke omude ebaleka emsukela.
Engizokusho ukuthi angeke ngize ngikwazi ukusho ukuthi kwenzeke noma kwenzekanga, but emehlweni ami
You did not
angizange
say.
ngize ngikubone.
What I'm gonna say is that I won't say that it happened or it didn't happen, but in my eyes I didn't see it.
You did not see it happening.
Yeah.
Yes.
Angibonanga mina lokho.
I didn't see this.
And you were inside in the house
Wawuphakathi endlini.
Yebo.
when the
Yes.
when the so-called second intruder entered the house.
Ngale nkathi lo omude engena endlini.
Yebo ngambona vele umuntu.
Yes, I saw the tall one.
Okay. My lord, I want this statement will be submitted later on. I just wanted to refer this witness to this paragraph only, my lord. Can I move on, my lord?
Yeah.
Thank you. Can I also refer you, Mr. Thwala, to the statement of Mlungisi Edward Hlope as per the 4th Loras Test 375 A86. Paragraph 8. This statement, Mr. Thwala, was written by Mr. Mlungisi Edward Hlope. Do you know?
This ke saphala uMlungisi Edward Hlope. Paragraphs are not numbered. We must.
You know, don't
No,
know.
I don't know him.
Okay. And in paragraph 8, okay, sorry, my lord, just before we go to paragraph 8, may I just introduce paragraph 2 of this statement, wherein this witness, Mr. Hlope, says, paragraph 2, wherein this Mr. Hlope says, I would like to state that Senzo Meyiwa was my brother-in-law. I'm married to his sister, Nokuthula Hazel Hlope. I heard about his unfortunate killing on the days of the incident, the 26th of October 2014. The day was a Sunday.
Ufisa nje ukwazisa lokhu ke ukuthi ngifisa ke ukwazisa ukuthi uSenzo Meyiwa kwakuwusibali wami ngishadeke nodadewabo uNokuthula Hazel Hlope ngezwe ngeshwa ke lokubulawa kwakhe ngalelo langa lelo lesehlakalo nge-26 ka-October 2014 lolo suku lelo kwakungesonto.
Cela nje ukclarify something. Ngiyamazi ukuthi ngisebenzisa amagama akhe e-ID, mina simbiza ngelinye igama.
I would like
ngobhutngosi so usebenzisa elinye igama lithi Mlungisi Edward Hlope kodwa ngiyamazi kakhulu.
I would just like to clarify that I know the person, just that here his names which are contained in his identity book are used. We refer to him as Bhutingoso, but I do know him.
Okay, thank you for that correction. Then now let's...
You knew him as?
We refer to him as Bhutingoso.
Yes.
This person made a statement under the second docket, case 375, and wherein in paragraph 8, he recorded as follows. Open quote, I read my lot from the statement. Open quote, I went back inside my car and called Dumelo Madlala on the same night, 26 October 2014. I wanted to get the truth of what exactly happened. Dumelo told me that there was a fight in Kelly Khumalo's house. Zandi was fighting with her boyfriend and Senzo Meyiwa was trying to separate the two, Zandi and her boyfriend. I further asked...
You are reading so fast.
Oh,
Remember,
sorry.
I don't have...
Sorry, my lord.
I have nothing before me. Okay, can you start from where you say you went back to his car?
I went back inside my car and called Dumelo Madlala.
Yes.
On the said night,
Yes.
26 October 2014, full stop, my lord.
Yes.
I wanted to get the truth of what exactly happened.
Yes.
Dumelo told me that there was a fight in Kelly Khumalo's house. Zandi was fighting with her boyfriend. And Senzo Meyiwa, my lord, was trying to separate the two.
Ifundeka ngalendlela ke uMlungisi akushoyo Edward Hlope. Ngabuyela phakathi emotweni yami ngase ngifonela uDumelo Madlala. Just want to make sure difference. Is it on the said night or it look like on the same night? Same night. Ngalela langa lelo langa 26 ka October 2014. Ngangifisa noma ngifuna ukwazi iqiniso laloko okwenzeka ngamashi. uTumelo wangitshela ke ukuthi kwakuliwa ke emzini noma kubona kulokheli uZandi kanye nomfana wakhe noma iboyfriend yakhe babelwa uSenzo Meyiwa ezama ukuthi abehlukanisa. uZandi kanye nomfana wakhe noma i-boyfriend yakhe. Okay.
Yes.
Senzo Meyiwa was trying to separate her boyfriend. Was trying to separate the two, Zandi and her boyfriend. It ends there. Did you understand that, Mr. Thwala?
Ukuzwile lokho Mr.
Ngiyakuzwa.
I hear it.
Okay. Did it happen?
Kwenzeka?
Akwenzekanga.
No, it didn't happen.
Emehlweni ami akaze nje kwenzeke lokho.
In my eyes, this never happened.
Ubhuti Ngoso wayengathula u5 years wankaze usibhala ngo2019 statement.
Could Mr. Ngoso be also putting Ngoso be quiet for 5 years and come and write a statement in 2019?
Asikhombisi nokuthi usibhale kubani le statement.
It doesn't even
Ngoba
show,
le statement iziyasho.
because the previous statements do indicate as to who took down the statement. This one doesn't even indicate who he gave it to.
So I understand ukuthi kanjani ubhuti Ngoso.
I don't understand how putting Ngoso.
Naye shuthi ukuzwa kwakhe akutshela uDumelo ngeke ngize ngikhulumele lokho but kumina akaze nje kwenzeke lokho.
But it means that's what he heard from Tumelo. I can't speak on his behalf, but to me it never happened.
Kodwa ngoba senzeka ngo2019 hayi angithuki.
But because it was made in 2019, the statement was made in 2019, it doesn't come as a shock to me.
Okay. Let's move on to Mr. Thwala. You said at some stage you corrected your statements in your examination in chief. You said you corrected the statement that you made at the beginning or on the following day after the date of the incident.
Ushiwe ukuthi sikhona ke statement owazenza la owawulungisa khona owawukushiwo ngaphambilini.
Yebo kukhona hayi la kuphela. La prior before kukhona la correct statement.
Yes, it is so, not only here, but even before, there were incidents where I corrected statements.
When was that when you corrected your statement?
Kwakuningi inkathi ulungisa i-statement zakho.
Angisakhumbuli kahle kodwa ngiyakhumbula ukuthi bake bafika eThekwini ngoba bangithatha emsebenzini saya ngaseBeach ngikhumbula kahle.
I don't remember well, but I do recall that they once arrived in Durban and they fetched me from work and they took me to the side of the beach. I remember that well.
When was that? Was it before you were assaulted by the police or after they were assaulted by the police?
Kwenzeka lokho ngaphambilini kokuthi ushaywe amaphoyisa noma emuva kokuthi usushaywe amaphoyisa.
When you corrected your first statement?
Kathi ulungisa i-statement sakho sokuqala.
It was okunye it was before.
Some of it was before.
It was before, yes.
And some of it was after
Okunye ngathi.
the beating.
I would say so. Yes.
Angez?
And some of it was after the assault by the police.
I think okunye sekungaba ke ngesikhathi sikhuluma la.
I think some would be now in the time when we were speaking here.
Hayi after ukuthi sengishayiwe.
Not after the beating, no.
After the beating, you never corrected any statement.
Emuva kokuthi washaywa akaze ulungise statement.
Angikhumbula ngasho ukuthi angibonzanga angikhumbuli.
No, I don't recall. Let me not say that I didn't do it. I don't remember.
Kuyachaza yini ukuthi
Okay.
ngishayiwe?
Sorry. Does it impress you that I was assaulted?
I told you that you are not asking me questions.
Ngibona
I'm the
ngendlela
one.
owenza ngayo.
I'm the
I
one
see the
who's
manner in which you are doing things.
I'm the one who's putting questions to you, and your duty is to answer only.
Okay, I think ngibona indlela owenza ngayo nami.
No problem, but I also see the way in that you do things as if it impresses you.
You testify that you were assaulted by the police the whole night. Is that correct?
Ushiwa ukuthi washaywa amaphoyisa ubusuku bonke.
Yebo.
Yes.
Did you sustain any injury?
Walimala.
Yebo ngalimali.
Yes, I did sustain injuries.
Where?
Kuphi nendawo?
Akuyila esandleni, nala emadolweni, nasenyaweni, nala emhlane.
My
Nala
hands,
phambili.
my hands, my knees, my feet, at the back, as well as here, the front part of my body.
Sorry, I missed the year in which you were assaulted. You said in which year?
Unyaka washaywa ngawo
2019.
2019.
Okay.
Yes.
Did you?
Can you repeat? You said on the
Yeah.
leg.
Nyaweni is
Yeah.
the hands, my lord, yeah?
Nala.
Okay, so nakubona. And here, ukuthi nako,
la
here, my lord,
discuss sakhona la.
because I still have a scar here.
And
Can you,
then
can you describe the here? The record does not understand
right
here.
next to the chest.
Left chest, right chest.
Yeah, left to left.
I'd say left.
Okay.
Here?
And then nala emadolweni
My knees,
Here?
nasemaqakaleni
my ankles,
nala emhlane kodwa la enzansi.
at the back, but the lower part of my back.
And you said what type of the injuries you sustained?
Futhi walimala kanjani?
Mawuthi type of injuries uqonda ukuthi mhlawumbe ama bruises ngoba kunama bruises la nasemhlane kwama bruises.
What do you mean when you say type? Because I had bruises here with my back, it was bruises, and also here it was bruises.
Yeah,
Lala,
if you sustain bruises, just say so. Don't ask me. Just answer the question. If you sustain bruises, just say I sustain bruises.
Uma kwakuwama bruises, ungambuzi usho nje ukuthi kwakuwama bruises.
yebo ke ngasho ukuthi kwama bruises.
Yes,
Nalana ke nje kakudabuka from intambo laba bengifase ngayo.
Yes, it was bruises, and also here referring to the hands that I had cuts as a result of the rope that they used to tie me.
That's all. There was no open wound.
Kwakungekho amanxeba avulekile nosikeke khona.
Cha, kangekho amanqeba avulekile ama bruises kodwa ephuma igazi.
No, it was just bruises, but there was blood coming out, oozing out.
Okay. Did you go to the doctor?
Why? Doctor?
Yebo, ngayo.
Yes, I did.
When?
Nini?
I think a day after ngifikile eDurban.
I think it was the day after my arrival in Durban.
Where is that J88?
J88.
Oh, sorry, just my lord, can I just rephrase? Do you know if J88 was completed as a result of the injuries you sustained thereof?
Ingabe uyazi yini khona ke laba complete khona bagcwalisa khona ke esibhedlela bathi manje kubiza ke iJ88. Ingabe uyazi yini ukuthi ke wena ke bayigcwalisa iJ88 kwena?
Angisakhumbuli kahle noma bayigcwalisa yini ukuthi ngizama ukukhumbulela J88 but ngisakhumbula ukuthi bayigcwalisa kodwa ngaya kodwa kudokotela.
I can't remember well. I'm trying to think whether they completed the J88 or not, but I can't remember well. But I did go to the doctor.
Okay, maybe let me just rephrase it and not refer to it as J88. Is there any medical report that you were given by the doctor to show that you had sustained the injuries you have testified about in this court?
Mhlambe ngingasebenzisi ke lo gama la J88 ngabe khona yini umbiko noma ke i-report owayithola ke kudokotela ewufakazi noma eshoyoko ukuthi waya kuyena wayombona futhi nayi indlela owalimala ngayo. Khona yini umbiko noma i-report owayithola kudokotela?
Angikhumbuli baphuthi khona into angilikezayo yona but kwayinefile lami so angazi mhlawumbe kufana akazi phela ukuthi kwenziwa kanjani uma ukade ukuleni simo sikusona udokotela wenza njani yena mina ngazi udokotela uyangichecka abone ukuthi ngilimale kanjani lento ayenza yena.
I don't know whether there's some, I can't remember whether there's something that he gave me, but the doctor had my file, and I don't know how they go about doing their job or how they do it. But what I do know is that the doctor checks you.
Okay, but as we speak, do you have any medical record that you can show to this court? Showing the injuries that you sustained as you had just testified.
Kodwa ke njengoba sikhuluma ke lana ke kukhona onako ongakhombisa lenkantolo okufakazi bokuthi ke phela waya ke udokotela nako awakubhala phansi ke okufakazi bokuthi impela walimala.
Engingakusho ukuthi khona amaphoyisa afika angithatha emsebenzini angisa khona kudokotela lo ngangikuyena udokotela eseMoniside beyo ngizosho ukuthi beyofuna shuthi lawo ma records lezo zinto ngoba izithombe babe sebeyibonile so angazi ukuthi bona babafike bakhuluma bamthola wenze njani angazi ngasho kanjalo but kumina kukho engithi engiphethe ukuthi mhlawumbe nakho ama medical records.
What I do know is that there were police officers who arrived and took me to the doctor with the purpose of wanting those documents or the reports that you are referring to because they had already seen the photos. So I don't know as to what happened there, whether they clicked. But to me, I don't have anything or any report or any proof, as you asked me, pointing that.
Ngoba nabaka IPD nabo bafika futhi emsebenzini nakhona benza the very same thing bafuna ney'thombe abasendela konke lokhu so ke nabo abakazi babuye kimi so angazi noma kukhona nikubona noma kukhona so ngeke ngize ngisho ukuthi kukhona noma kukhona.
Even the guys from IPIT came and went through the same process. They even requested photos from me. I sent to them, but I don't know whether they have those reports or that proof but to me, I don't have it.
All what you are telling me, I've never asked. I just ask if you have any medical proof that you can submit before the court to show that you were assaulted.
Konke lokhu okuphendulayo ke angaze ngibuziwe nje kuphela ukuthi khona yini ubufakazi onabo lenkantolo engabona okuvezayo noma okukhombisayo ukuthi impela walimala.
And you had already answered the question by saying no, you don't have.
Usuphenduleke umbuzo ngokuthi cha awunayo.
Let's move on, Mr. Thwala.
Siqhubeke.
Okay. Did you open a case against the police as a result of the assault as you narrated before this court?
Ingabe walivula yini icala ke uvulela amaphoyisa lawo ke ngokuthi akushaya ngalendlela owachaza ngayo la enkantolo?
Yebo ngalivula.
Yes, I did.
When?
Who? When?
When? At
Nini.
Ngalivula ekuhambeni nje kwesikhathi.
As time went on,
engakusho ukuthi ngesikhathi ngiphuma kudokotela firstly khona uzo-understanda kahle ummeli engangimphethe ngaleso sikhathi wayethe uzodila nayo or uzokhuluma towards lamaphoyisa abona ukuthi kwenza kanjani towards the case angisho kanjani.
What I can say is that when I left the doctor, when I came out of the doctor, the lawyer that I had at the time said that he was gonna speak to the police and so that they sort of come to see how they can sort this out or how they can go through this.
Mthoko,
But angizange ngilivule immediately.
Mthoko, just
Yes.
wait.
Yebo?
Can you listen to my question?
Yes.
Did you open the case?
Yebo ngalivula.
Yes, I did open the case.
When?
Nini.
Noma ngasakhumbula phela isikhathi ukuthi ngalivula nini kodwa ngalivula nje engayi police station ngiyolivula. It was months down.
Although I can't remember when, but it was months down when I went to the police station to go and open the case.
Was it in the same year, 2019?
Ngonyaka lowo kwango 2019.
You can't
No, I
recall.
think I would 2020 January, February, somewhere like that.
I think it was January, February of 2020.
If it's true that you were assaulted by the police in 2019, what delayed you in opening the case?
Uma kuyiqiniso ukuthi washaywa amaphoyisa ngo-2019 yini-ke eyabangelako ukuthi ulibaziseke ukuthi uhambe uyovula icala?
Ukusaba, ngasho ukuthi kwakukusaba futhi uvulela amaphoyisa abantu bomthetho ukuthi bakwazi ukuthi bangihlukumeze kanje.
It's the fear. I could say that I feared to go and open a case for law for law officers and the manner in which they had abused me.
But is it correct that you eventually opened the case at a later stage?
Kodwa-ke kuyiqiniso ukuthi ekugcineni-ke wase ulivula icala.
Yebo ngalivula.
Yes, I did.
What happened to your fear at that time when you opened the case?
Nkathi usulivula-ke kwase kwenzeke eningi ngokusaba lokho wawunako.
I think abantu abanginikeza amandla ngaleso sikhathi ukuthi ngilivule nabangiphelezela bahamba nami
I
ukuthi
think
ngilivule.
it's the strength that I was given by the people at the time and who also accompanied me, the friends who also accompanied me to go and open the case.
Was it the strength or undue influence that you must go and falsely lay charges against the police?
Kwakuwamandla nanjengoba usho noma-ke
It was an influence, undue influence.
yeah, silazinto ezulu wethu undue influence. Noma nje indlela noma-ke kwaba i-influence nje ababa nayo-ke kuwena amandla njengoba usho noma baba ne-influence nje wena kubona wena.
Hayi kwaba amandla.
It was just the
Hayi
strength,
kunayo influence.
no influence.
At that time when you were assaulted, Mr. Thwala, were you employed?
Ngalesikhathi owawushaywa ngaso osebenza?
Yebo ngisebenza.
Yes, I was employed.
Okay.
Ngisebenza. Yes.
Did you report at work that you had been assaulted by the police?
Wachaza yini emsebenzini ukuthi ushaywa amaphoyisa?
Iboss yami yazi isiphethe but angazi ukuthi ngachaza akakufanele ngichaze emsebenzini ukuthi ngishaya amaphoyisa.
My
But
boss,
ngiyazi ukuthi boss yami yazi ngoba ngesikhathi ngiya ekudokotela ngangisuka emsebenzini vele.
My
So,
boss
ngiyareport.
knows, my boss knows. I don't know that whether, or I didn't know that I had to go and report at work that I had been assaulted by the police. I also don't know whether I reported, but I was coming from work when I went to the doctor.
My question is, did you report at work that you had been assaulted by the police?
Umbuzo wami kuwena-ke uthi wachaza yini emsebenzini ukuthi washaywa ngamaphoyisa?
Yes, kuboss yami yazi. Yes, report ngimtshela.
Yes, my boss knows. Yes, I reported. I told him.
What is the name of your boss that you reported this incident to?
Igama lakhe?
Mr. Mpofu.
Mr. Mpofu.
And at what stage did you report?
Ngasiphi isikhathi noma kusiphi stage reporter kwakho?
After ngesikhathi ngibuye eGoli, la manager yami, line manager yami, uYugesh, report ngimtshela ngobuyena wanginikeza imvume ukuthi ngiphume.
It was after coming back from Johannesburg, and I reported to my line manager Yugesh, because he's the one who gave me, oh sorry, it's a she. She's the one who gave me the permission to leave.
Okay. Do you know what were the results of the case that you opened against the police who assaulted you?
Uyazi ukuthi kwaba yini ke imiphumela yecala lelo owaluvulela wona amaphoyisa?
Hey, yabona nje nama ngazi ukuthi ngizoyithini ke le kodwa bafika njengoba ngisho ukuthi bafika kanye, so angazi ngoba ngesikhathi ngisanda ku last year ngithi ngiyalilandelela ngatshela kuthiwa seliphethe omunye umuntu. So
I don't know what to say to that, or how to address that, because they only came once, and even last year when I tried, or when I made a follow-up, I was informed that it was now being handled by someone else.
Okay. And in other words, do you know if there is any person who had been arrested as a result of the charges that you laid?
Ingabe uyazi yini ukuthi ukhona umuntu owaboshwa eboshelwa khona lokho owahamba noma owavula icala uvulela kona?
cha bekho abakazi bangitshela ukuthi khona waboshwa, abakazi nje.
No, there aren't any. They've never informed me that there's anyone or any people who have been arrested.
And that case was opened in 2020.
The cala level of 2020.
Yebo.
Yes.
Maybe is the reason for not arresting anyone not because there are no prospect of success in that case?
Ingabe ukuthi kungabikho umuntu oboshiwe yingoba bebona noma yingoba ukuthi awekho nje amathuba ukuthi lelo cala lelo lingama futhi liphumelele?
How will you know
So it's
that?
kanjani?
He's saying that they only came once, they have never been to him again.
As the court pleases, my lord, can you just rephrase the question? Did you? Can you just rephrase my lord? Is there a civil claim that you have opened against the members of the SAPS who assaulted you?
Amaphoyisa lana ke akushaya ke noma amamember lawo ke SAPS akushaya. Ingaba yini khona ke la khona ke wayokwenza iyeke ke le ukuthi wabophisa ke kodwa lo la kuyokwenza khona ke ama claim civil.
Do you know what is a civil?
Yeah.
Can you just explain a bit? I think I know, but
I think I know,
but ngicela ningichazisele.
Just
Ngizokuzweni ngikhulume sethi but ngiya
It's the
understand.
claim wherein you claim the damages as a result of assault by the police.
ila khona ke kwema khona ke ama damages ngokuthi ushayiwe.
Akukho la sangakhona lapho.
No, I didn't.
Okwamanje.
For now.
And from your evidence, in chief, I see that you indicated that you had a lawyer that was assisting you. Am I correct?
Ubufakazi bakho ke ngiyabona noma ngiyalandela ukuthi ushilo ke ukuthi kwakunommeli oyekusiza.
Ukhuluma ukuthi ummeli ka 2019 noma usho ummeli manje ngicela ukucacisela lapho
If you
waba
can just
u2
because there are two. Are you referring to the lawyer in 2019 or the current one?
No, I mean a lawyer in your life regarding these cases, whether one or two or how many.
About uyi-1, uyi-2 nje, no? Kodwa nje ulawyer ngokumayelana nale cala.
Yebo bawu-2 sebebonke. Ngaqale ngaba noqala for which ngaba nokubonisana kahle, then wasiwahanda over lo mphethe manje Mr. Wesley Rogers.
Yes, there are two. I first said that there was the first one, and we didn't see eye to eye, and then he handed over to the current one, Mr. Wesley Rogers.
My Lord, I'm intending to take the witness through the whole set of Exhibit P. Sorry, my Lord. Exhibit P and Exhibit J. I don't know, my Lord, if I can proceed now or proceed after the long adjournment with those exhibits.
You have 2 minutes to the long adjournment.
To the long adjournment. Thank you. Can you refer the witness? Should I proceed, my Lord? Or we adjourn?
It's 2 minutes to.
Oh. There is exhibit, I think it's P4. No, sorry, P2. Do you see that statement? Exhibit P2. Exhibit P2. Statement by Mthokozisi Thwala.
Mr. Thwala.
Let's go to paragraph. It's not numbered, but the first paragraph on the second page, maybe it should be paragraph 4. You see that statement?
Yes, Bon.
Oh, okay. His witness indicates that he's pressed, my Lord. He'd like to go to the back.
You say it's a statement by?
Statement by Mr. Mthokozisi Thwala, the same witness, my Lord, who is on the box. It's marked Exhibit P2, dated 19 July, sorry, my Lord, dated 7 April 2015.
Please, my Lord, the witness has asked for a comfort break.
Yes.
I'm back.
with the name, second paragraph on my mind, third paragraph at Meyiwa's house,
Okay.
fourth at Siyabonga's place,
Yes.
fifth, he told me that. And paragraph reads as follows, I quote my lord. He told me that he is sorry about everything that happened. He was referring to Senzo's case. He further told me that he didn't know that it will be like this and he wished he could reverse everything.
Wangitshela ke sorry. Wangitshela ukuthi uyaxolisa ngayo yonke into eyenzeka. Wayekhuluma ngecase kaSenzo, waseqhubeka ke engitshela ukuthi wayengazi ukuthi kuzoba kanjena futhi ke kwakuyisifiso sakhe ukuthi angashintsha noma angabuyisela umuva yonke into.
And by he, I'm referring to Tumelo. You were referring to Tumelo in this statement. Do you understand that?
Uma ngithi yena noma he ke ngikhuluma ngoTumelo ngoba kule statement wakhuluma ngoTumelo.
Yebo.
Yes,
Ngiyakuzwa.
I hear you.
Then he further said, Kelly promised to call every now and then, but she is quiet.
Waqhubeka wathi ke uKelly wathembisa ukuthi uzomane nje efona njalo kodwa manje ke uthule.
I asked him, what was he wearing? What was he hearing of his statement? And maybe I told him I don't want to discuss the case with him because whenever we talk, the news appears on the newspaper, so I don't want to discuss the case. We started to have tense argument on loudly voices.
Yaqhubeka lana. Ngambuza ke ukuthi wayezwani istatement sakhe, ngase ngimtshela ke ukuthi angifuni ukuthi sixoxe mayelana ngecase kanye naye ngoba ngaso sonke isikhathi uma ngabe sikhuluma indaba ziyavela eindabeni noma kumaphephandaba, ngakho ke angifuni ukuthi sixoxe ngayo icase lena. Sase siqala ke ukuthi sibe nokuxoxisana ke sixoxisana utense yeah futhi ke ngamazwi aphakeme noma ngama voice aphakeme. That's what the tense is.
You see that?
Yeah, yes, I hear you.
What was the argument about
Nani-
between you and Tumelo?
Phakathi kwakho
That you are
noTumelo,
referring to.
yini le enyani xoxisana ngayo ni ajiwa ngayo ngicabana ngayo
In which you are referring to in this statement?
Yeah.
le yokhuluma ngayo kule statement.
Okay, I think into argument between mina naye, it was into eyayisuke from emaphoyiseni. Ngisakuthiwa amaphoyisa ayimaka akuyikuphi ayifikile kumina.
So what the argument was about between myself and him, it was a matter that came from the police. I can't remember which police or police from where that came to me.
Ayekhuluma indaba yokuthi athi mina ngangingekho emotweni eyayihambise uSenzo esibhedlela.
The police said to me was that I was not in the vehicle that took Senzo or transported Senzo to the hospital.
So ekubeni kanjalo amaphoyisa asangitshela ukuthi noTumelo uvumelana nalokho ukuthi athi uthi mina ngangingekho emaphoyiseni.
And still on that, they informed me that even Tumelo agrees with that I was not in the vehicle that accompanied or that transported the deceased to the hospital.
So in my response kuyena isikhathi ngibona ngoba kangiqala ukumbona lapho ngiyakhumbula ukuthi ngakhona la kwasho khona ukuthi ngamtshela khona ukuthi indaba wena uthi mina uthi ngangingekho emotweni ehambisa uSenzo esibhedlela awuzama ukuthi ucabangisise kahle umqondo wakhe kodwa ngifuni futhi ukuthi sikhulume ngecase.
And when I saw him, and I think I was seeing him for the first time then, I then said to him or asked him, why is it that you say that I was not in the vehicle that transported Senzo to the hospital? But think about this thoroughly, but I don't want us to discuss the case.
Engisholo lokho ukuthi ngikhumbula ukuthi khona la ngakhuluma khona namaphoyisa ngisakhuluma noma kakhona nani kodwa kwaba amaphoyisa aseFostorus ke lapho ekhulumeni kwethu nabo abakukhona ama witness ngathi ngiyabona indaba isikudelisana.
And then I remember also speaking to the police from Fosterus, they were also witnesses as well. And then while speaking to them, I then saw that the matter or this issue was now in the Daily Sun.
Okay, Mr. Thwala, I'm not interested in the history and all what we have said. I want us to stick to the argument. The argument was about the dispute whether you were inside the car or not. Am I correct?
Yes.
And in your testimony, you said you were together with Tumelo when you transported the deceased.
Ufakazi bakho ushilo ukuthi wawukanye naye uTumelo nkathi nimhambisa umufi nimsesibhedlela.
If
Yes.
that is true, then what was the confusion? What was the argument about?
Uma ngabe kunjalo ke manje ke ikuphi ke indida yayikuphi ke?
Njengoba ngisho ukuthi amaphoyisa afika kumina engitshela shuthi afika ngaphela lawo ezahle afike ngitshela ukuthi uTumelo uyakuphikisana nokuthi uthi wena wawungekho emotweni eyihambisa uSenzo esibhedlela.
It started, or it was about when the police came to see me and actually informed me that Tumelo says that you were not in the vehicle that transported the deceased to the hospital.
When you asked Tumelo about that, what was his response?
Uma ngabe wena umbuzo uTumelo waphendula wathini?
Angisakhumbuli kahle noma washo ukuthi akayikhumbuli leyo nto. Yena uyakhumbula. Angisakhumbuli namsemaza akhe ayithini kahle but ngiyakuthi ngathi wavuma ukuthi hayi yena akayishonga into ecishibe kanjalo.
I can't remember his specific or his exact words, but I think that he sort of disputed and said that he never said something to that effect.
Okay, so the fight ended.
Yeah.
That's it.
That's been the fight.
We never had a fight.
Oh, okay. Are you still in good terms with Tumelo as we speak?
Njengoba sikhuluma manje nisazwana noTumelo.
Yebo masibonana siyabingelelana usikhuluma ngendlela esikhuluma ngayo mhlawumbe kube ukushosho but angijwayele ukumbona kakhulu uTumelo.
Yes, when we see each other, we would greet each other. It would be show, and then, but I don't see Tumelo that much. I don't want to tell lies.
Okay. Then let's move on to P4. P4 of the same bundle. Paragraph 6. Line number 3. You see that statement?
Yes, one. Yes.
The suspect was wearing a hoodie jacket and the hoodie was...
Line number?
Sorry, my lord.
Line number?
Paragraph 6, line number 3, my lord.
Yes.
The suspect was wearing a hoodie jacket and the hoodie was covering his head. I could see the dreadlocks protruding through the hoodie near his ears.
Umsolo wayegqoke i-hoodie jacket, i-hoodie futhi yayimboze ikhanda lakhe. Ngiwabona-ke ama-dreadlocks ephumile noma evele kuyona i-hoodie eduze ney'ndlebe zakhe.
So the one who had dreadlocks, you could not see his face fully because it was covered by the dreadlocks.
Lona yena-ke owayefake i-hoodie. Ubuso bakhe-ke awuzange ubone kahle-ke ngoba wayenama-dreadlocks. I hear you.
Is that correct?
Kunjani?
No.
No.
And as a result of the description that you gave in this statement, you then after gave a description under Exhibit J, which is facial image analysis report.
Emuva kokuthi wase ngale ndlela ochaze ngayo lana ke ila khona ke kwenziwa ke exhibit J identity.
Yes, I think
Le kwenziwa khona la identity.
in Exhibit J, the description that you gave made the author, which is Warrant Officer Stian Camp, to draw these pictures.
Lokho wachaza-ke noma wakusho-ke wena-ke yiloko-ke okwabangela ukuthi officer Steenkamp enze loya mdwebo-ke noma adwebe lokuyana okuboniswayo.
Yes. And from that identification evidence that you gave, from the first statement that you made to the police after the incident and to Exhibit J, no one has been arrested as a result of the information you've given to the police.
Kule mininingwane owanikezela ngayo emaphoyiseni kusuka kwistatement sokuqala-ke owanikeza ngaso emaphoyiseni kwaze kwaba yila khona kudwetshwa khona-ke loyabuso lobuyana akekho umuntu owaboshwa eboshwa ngenxa yalo Exhibit J kanye nestatement owasenza.
As a result,
Yes, I hear you.
as a result of identification evidence that you gave.
Ekuwumphumela waleyana identification owayenza akekho umuntu owaboshwa.
Yebo, ngiyakuzwa ngikhumbula khona waboshwa ngaza ngisho kanjalo.
Yes, I hear you. I don't remember there being anyone arrested. Let me say like that.
Kodwa ngaya phela kwi-ID parade ngakhumbula but shuthi it was lokho ID parade nga-attend up before ngenze leyo lo.
But I did go to an ID parade and the ID parade was before that exhibit.
In that identification parade, you couldn't point out anyone, is that correct?
Awuzange ukhombe umuntu noma awuzange ukwazi ukukhomba umuntu lapho.
The first identification
Yep.
parade.
Yes.
Okay. And also, from your evidence in chief or from your testimony, in the second identification parade, you also did not point anyone.
Nakweyesibili futhi ID parade adalapha awuzange ukhombe umuntu.
The one that was held in Pietermaritzburg.
Le yase Pietermaritzburg.
From your testimony.
Yebo ngakhomba umuntu onama similar features hayi ukuthi ngangithi uyena kodwa.
Yes, I pointed out someone with similar features, not that I said it was that person.
So it means
Yeah.
you did not point out anyone.
So awuzange ukhombe umuntu.
Yebo.
Yes.
So your identification evidence has never assisted.
Oh, I thought we were going on. So ubufakazi bakho-ke bokukhomba noma boku-identifya abukaze nje noma abukaze bulekelele noma busize.
Mawuthi abukazi kusize ke mhlawumbe la ngizodideka khona ngaphela ekugcineni ukuthi akakaboshwa umuntu akakagwetshwa umuntu akwenzile kusho ukuthi akakasizi.
Maybe that's where I'm going to get confused when you say it has never assisted. But yes, if no one has ever been arrested, no one has ever been convicted, which means that it hasn't assisted.
Okay, but so far, as of today, as we speak, there is no one who has been arrested as a result of the identification evidence that you gave to the police in all these scenarios. First identification parade, in the identification kit, and in the second identification parade results.
Kodwa kuze kube manje njengoba sihlezi lana sikhuluma njena-ke kwi-ID parade yokuqala waya kuyona i-identity leyana akhuluma ngayo nesibili futhi i-identification parade akekho umuntu owaboshwa ngenxa yalokho noma
Akekho umuntu osaboshiwe kodwa kusho ukuthi angeke izisize.
no one has been arrested, but it doesn't mean that it won't assist.
Okay, thank you. Let's move on, Mr. Madlala, to, sorry, not Mr. Madlala, but Mr. Thwala. Let's move on. To the transcript, my lord, of the 13th of September 2022 under the evidence of Mr. Madlala on cross-examination by myself, which is on page 48. I just want to refer you to the evidence of Mr. Madlala and what we have testified about here in court.
Ngifuna nje ukukhombisa-ke noma ukusa kubufakazi bakhe uThumela Madlala nalokho wena okushilo la.
You are referring to?
My lord, to the transcript record,
Okay.
dated 13 September 2022, on page 48, my lord.
What date?
13 September, my lord. 13 September 2022.
Yes.
Can you beam the statement? please. Thank you. Is there my lot on the screen? Can I proceed, ma'am?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Thwala, let's read at the line number 3 on page 48, wherein Mr. Madlala says, also when I got up, because it was now just up and down in the house, I saw the second guy in the kitchen. He was right there at the kitchen because Senzo was holding this guy right hand like this, and he was pressing him against the wall.
Lana ke yokusho umzali Madlala ukuthi ngathi nami mase ngisukumake ngoba kwase kuhla kwenyuka endlini ngabona ke owesibili ekitchen wayelapho ekitchen ngoba uSenzo wayebambe isandla sakhe sokudla kanjena futhi emcindezele ubondeni.
Did you see this, Mr. Thwala, when the incident took place in this case?
Ngathi kwenzeka isehlakalo ngale langa endlini wakubona
Did you see
lokho obhalwe la?
Hayi cha ngeke ngizosho ukuthi ngakubona.
No, I will say I saw it.
And if it had happened, you would have seen it because you were inside the house.
Uma ngabe noma uma kuukuthi kwakwenzekile wawuzobona ngoba wawuphakathi endlini.
Cha akusho ukuthi ngangizokubona ngoba ngangiphakathi endlini.
No, it doesn't mean I would have seen it because I was inside the house.
Let's go further down. To line number 13, where Mr. Madlala says upon arriving, Mr. Madlala says, my lord, upon arriving, when I got there, I saw Senzo pressing this person against the wall. Then when I got there, I hit him with a fist.
Uyaqhubeka-ke uTumelo athi nkathi ngifika-ke uma ngifika lapho ngabona uSenzo emcindezele odongeni ila ngathi uma ngifika khona-ke uma ngifika lapho-ke ngamshaya ngesibhakela.
Did you see Tumelo Madlala hitting the suspect with a fist?
Wambona yini uTumelo Madlala emshaya umsolwa ngesibhakela?
Or you can't recall?
Angibonanga.
No, I
Mina
didn't
ngisho
see it.
kubonwe yimina hayi ukubona uThumelo kodwa ngisho ukuthi angimbonanga.
I'm mentioning what I saw, not what Tumelo saw, but I'm saying that I didn't see him.
Okay. But as a witness of the court, not my witness, the witness of the court, did this happen?
Nami ngofakazi-ke wenkantolo ngasiyona-ke ufakazi wakhe u-Advocate Msholo wakubona yini lokhu kwenzeka?
Njengoba ngisho ukuthi ngake ngizele kunake yonke into. So angisho ukuthi akwenzekanga, angisho ukuthi kwenzekile futhi ngeke ngize ngisho ukuthi ngikubonile uma ngikubonanga.
As I'm saying that I didn't have taken note of everything, I'm not saying that it happened or it didn't happen. I'm also not saying that I saw it or I didn't see it.
So you can't assist this court.
Yeah.
You were there, but you can't assist. You can't clarify.
Njengoba ngisho ukuthi kumina ngikubonanga. Ukuthi ngiqala kanjani.
As
Kodwa
I'm
ngisho
saying-
ukuthi akwenzekanga.
As I'm saying that, that's how I'm starting that. To me, I didn't see it, but I'm not saying that it didn't happen.
Let's go to page 49, which is the following page of the same exhibit, my lord. Under Mr. Madlala, that's the evidence of Mr. Madlala. He says thereafter, while this person was there, held by Senzo against the wall and hit the person with the fist, that is when a shot went off.
Ngiyaqhubeka-ke uMadlala lana uthi emuva kwalokho-ke ngale nkathi-ke lo muntu wayelapho ebanjwe uyena-ke uSenzo emcindezele odongeni ngase ngimshaya-ke mina ngesibhakela yila isibhamu saqhuma khona.
You also did not see this.
Nalokho awuzama ukubona.
Yebo ngenze ngisho angikubonanga ngendlela yakhe akubona ngayo mina ngizosho ngendlela yami ngisho ngendlela yami.
I didn't say it the manner in which he says it. I am saying it in my way.
So it means you witnessed the incident differently.
Okusho ukuthi wena wakubona ngokwahlukile.
Kungaba kanjalo.
That may be so.
Okay. Thank you, my lord. I'm done with the transcript. Can I then move on, my lord, to the statement of Bulelani Ngceshe, A87? There is a statement made by Mr. Bulelani Ngceshe as per statement A87.
Statement sakhe
Paragraph 5.
Ngceshe.
Oh, Ngceshe. Thank you, my lord.
You say it's A what?
A87 of the docket.
Can you spell for me Ngceshe?
NGCA
Yes.
TSHE.
Page.
Malat?
You say it's page.
On the first page, my lord. On the first page, paragraph 5. The second line, my lord.
Yes.
Thank you, my lord. It reads as follows, I quote, my lord, open quote, I also noticed 2 black males standing inside the yard in front of the red polo, and they were lining on the wall. One was smoking and one was just standing.
Lase ngibona ke noma ubulelani Ngceshe ke lona ngabona amadoda amabili abantu abamnyama bemi bemi ngaphakathi egcekeni ngaphambi kwepolo eready babemi ngasodo odongeni omunye wabo ebhema omunye wayeyimele nje.
This is another discrepancy, Mr. Thwala, from what you testified about here in this court.
Okunye nje lokhu ke oku ngahambelana noma kuphikisanayo ke naloko wena okufakazile okushilo la enkantolo.
And according to this witness, what is referred to here, it's not according to what you testified in this court about, in that you said you were outside the yard, and the witness says he saw you with Tumel. I think Tumel is the one who was smoking inside the premises.
Lana yena ke lofakazi ke yena ke ubulelani Ngceshe uthi yena wena ke okushilo ukuthi nani ngaphandle uTumelo ebhema ke yena ke uthi nani phakathi egcekeni ngalesikhathi uTumelo ebhema.
Yebo ngiyakuzwa lokho. Unephutha ke kodwa ku Mr. Ngceshe ngoba asibhemelanga ngapha or akabhemelanga ngaphakathi uTumelo. Wabhemela ngaphandle. Mina ngamkhipha.
Yes, I hear that, but here Mr. Ngceshe is making a mistake because Tumelo did not smoke inside, he smoked outside. I'm the one who took him out.
If we can just go back a little bit, Mr. Thwala, back inside the house. Initially in your testimony, you said Longwe Thwala ran out, pushed the first intruder and the second intruder, who were both armed respectively.
Masingabuyela nje emuva kancane ke phakathi endlini ke uthi ke uLongwe Thwala uma ngathi esephumela ngaphandle ke waphusha ke lo woqala ke umngeneleli nalo wesibili ke bobabili ke labantu abantu ababeneyikhali kubona.
La ukuthi waphusha oqala. Owesibili yebo wadlula kodwa ngazi ukuthi wadlula ngomphusha noma wadlula ngani. Kodwa oqala wamphusha.
What I do recall is that he pushed the first one. With regards to the second one, I don't know whether he pushed him or what, but I know that he went past, but he pushed the first one.
How possible that a person could be able to go past through 2 armed people? One armed with a firearm, another one armed with a knife.
Kwenzeka kanjani ke ukuthi umuntu adlule kubantu ababili abanezikhali kubona omunye uphethe isibhamu omunye uphethe ummese?
Ubuzo omuhle impela lo kodwa ngiyacabanga ukuthi ngiyobuza yena ke uLonge mhla weza la wazotestify ngoba uyena ngithi odlulile ebantwini akudlulanga mina.
That's a very good question, but I think that is the question that should be posed to Longwe when he comes and testifies here, because he's the one who went past the people, not me.
Before Longwe comes and testify, this is the evidence, your evidence before this court.
Kodwa ngaphambili kokuthi uLongwe ezeke ezonikeza ngofakazi, kodwa ubufakazi bakho ke lokho, ubufakazi bakho kule nkantolo.
And I'm telling you that there is no way in which a person could have been able to go past two armed people without being hurt.
Ngiyakutshela ke ukuthi ayikho nje indlela la khona ke umuntu ebengadlula kubantu ababili abanezikhali kubona angalimali.
Awusuba neshow engaka wena ngoba nakho kwenzekile nje.
Why are you so certain? Because it happened.
Udlulile phambi kwabantu abawu2.
He went past those two people.
Thank you, my lord. I've got no further questions.
Advocate Baloy.
As the court pleases, my lord. In cross-examination by Advocate Numalo, he put it to you that there are two aspects that are not contained in any of your statements. So the first aspect is the fact that you don't mention the second shot in any of your statements.
Nkathi ke ubuza uyena ke uadvocate uNxumalo uthe kubili ke okungekho kwistatement noma kwistatement zakho okokuqala ke ukuthi awushongo lutho ngokuqhuma kwesibhamu o ihlandla lesibili.
The second aspect that you mentioned was the fact that you jumped over near the pedestrian gate at the concrete wall.
Okwesibili ke ukuthi wathi ujumpa ke wase ujumpa kule gate ke encane le ekungenwa kuyona ke eseceleni kwalo concrete.
Can you repeat the second one?
The second one was that you don't mention in any of your statements that you jumped at the concrete wall near the pedestrian gate.
Okwesibili ongakushongo ukuthi awushongo ukuthi ujumpe udonga ke le concrete oluseduzane negate noma olusondelene negate le encane ekungenwa kuyona.
That is now after running out of the house of the Khumalos.
Emuva kokuthi uphumileke umuzi wakwaKhumalo.
You then answer that certain aspects occurred to you subsequently or occurred to you at a later stage.
Ushilo ke ukuthi ke kunezinto ke ezenzeka kuwena kamuva.
Are you able to tell this court as to when these two aspects occurred to you? In other words, when did you remember these two aspects?
Ungayitshela ke lenkantolo ukuthi lezi zinto ke zenzeke nini kuwena noma ke uyikhumbule nini lezi zinto lezi wayikhumbula nini?
I think le yokuphuma ngegate elikhulu ngize ngiyogqima kamakhelwane into engangihlezi ngiyazi or ngangihlezi ikhona ukuthi ke shuthi ayingabhalanga istatementini ngoba mhlawumbe bavele bathi jumped.
Okay. Sorry. I think the issue of me getting out of the gate and then went to the neighbors and then jumped is something that is always with me, something that has always been there. But that maybe they just didn't, it was not contained in the statement. They just said he jumped. Yebo?
And then
Can you remind me about the second one?
The fact that you don't mention that you had a second shot.
Eyokuthi ke awukushongo ukuthi wezwa isibhamu siqhuma ihlandla lesibili.
Okay, lokho kwesibili into engenza ukuthi ngingabi ngingakumention lokho it was because nje bengichazile ukuthi noma ngisho ukuthi ngithi I might have heard the second shot ngesikhathi sengiphuma. So ngangi in between kodwa ngoba isuqala inhlamvu le ikhalile yokuqala yona isangididile ngakho ngihlezi ngisho ukuthi I might have had the second shot kodwa ke akubhaliwe futhi nalapho ke
The
ngiyaqabanga.
reason for that was, as I said that, I mentioned that I might have heard a second shot, but still, there I was still in between. But what was still, what was still confusing me was the first shot that went off.
All the legal representatives raised the issue of the language that was used by the first intruder when the one who was armed with a firearm when he demanded cell phones and money.
Bonke abameli nkathi ke bekubuza imibuzo baye baveza ke lo daba lolu ke lolimi olasetshenziswa ilowo qala ke owangena nkathi ke efuna lezo zinto ayifuna noma ayibiza.
Yebo.
Yes.
Are you able to repeat the exact words that the first intruder used
Ungaphinda ke ncamashi
in demanding cell phone and money?
phinde ke ncamashi lawo mazwi ke noma lawo magama ke asetshenziswa uyena ke lokuqala ngenkathi ke efuna i-cellphone ama cellphone kanye nemali.
Yebo.
Yes.
Yes.
Wafike washo wademand wacela wathi wacela washo wademand ama cell phone nemali.
Sorry, repeat that question.
Yes.
I missed some.
Now, are you able to repeat the exact words that were used by the first intruder when demanding cell phones and money?
Ungawaphinda ke noma usho ncamashi lawo mazwi ke noma lawo magama awasho nkathi ke efuna noma edimanda ke i-cellphone ama cellphone kanye nemali.
Yebo ubona impela lawo magama wasebenzisa wadimanda i-cell phone nemali.
Yes, those are the exact words he used. He demanded cell phones and money.
In other words, are you able to quote him to use the exact words that he used?
Ungasebenzisa la awasho wena umquote usebenzisa usho lokho akusho.
Angeke ngize ngikwazi ukuthi ngimquote ngacathi into eyenzeka 9 years back le so ngeke ngize ngikwazi ukumquote kodwa amagama engakhumbulayo cell phone nemali. Ngeke ngize ngikwazi ukumquote into ya 9 years back le.
I won't be able to quote him. This is an incident that happened 9 years ago. But yes, he demanded cell phones and money. But I won't be able to quote him.
And almost all the legal representatives asked you to describe the firearm. Advocate Nshololo, on behalf of accused number 5, went further and asked you whether you know the difference between a real firearm and a toy gun.
Futhi ke bonke abameli ke bakubuzile ke ngesibhamu noma uchaze ke isibhamu wase ke uadvocate Nshololo ke ekubuza ke uyawazi yini umehluko phakathi kwesibhamu sokudlala nesibhamu sangempela.
Yebo bangibuzile ngasho ukuthi angikwazi ukuthi ngisichaze isibhamu ukuthi sikake isibhamu esinjani noma esiphethe isibhamu and then le yethoyizi nesibhamu sangempela angikwazi ukuhlukanisa ukuthi isiphi isibhamu sangempela isiphi isibhamu esiyithoyizi.
Yes, indeed, they asked me and I did say that I won't be able to describe the firearm, and with regards to the toy gun as well as the real firearm, yes, I don't know and I won't be able to tell which is a toy gun and which is a real firearm.
Yes.
Are you able to clarify to this court as to whether you know how a firearm looks like?
Ungakwazi yini ukuthi uyitsheleke lenkantolo ukuthi isibhamu sinjani?
In other words, do you know how a firearm looks like?
Amagama ke uyazi yini ukuthi isibhamu kubukeka kwaso noma ukubheka kwakho ukuthi sibukeka kanjani?
Yebo isibhamu ngiyasazi.
Yes, I know a firearm.
Yes.
The advocate on behalf of accused number 3 and 5 put it to you that Ms. Kelly Kumalo entered into a room and that a second robber followed her into that room and tried to open the door.
Abameli ke ummeli wakhe umsolwa wesithathu kanye nommeli womsolwa wesihlanu bakutshela noma bashilo ke kuwena ukuthi kwistatement sakhe uKelly Khumalo kubhalwe ukuthi ke uKelly wabaleka ke waye kwikamera elithize wase lo owesibili ke emjaha ke kueya kulelo kamera lelo futhi wazama ke ukuthi avule isicapha.
And you were asked as to whether you saw this happening or not.
Ubuziwe ke ukuthi wakubona kwenzeka lokho noma cha noma yini.
Are you able to tell this court as to when last did you see Miss Kelly Khumalo after the intruders had entered?
Ungasho ke ukuthi ugcina kwakho ukumbona uKelly Khumalo emuva ke kokuthi abangeneleli bathi bangena endlini.
Yebo, ugcina kwami ukumbona ngoba wayemile la phambili yena wayemile bekuzongena lo oqala. So sikhathi ngena lo oqala ngangisambona wayesakhona uKelly. But ngathi sesisukuma sengiyolanda ifoni angizange sabona ukuthi ushona lapho uphelelaphi. That's why ngisho ukuthi angizange ngimbone ukuthi wangena ngaphakathi endlini noma emoto roomini lelo noma wenzani, so angizange ngikubone lo.
Yes, the last one I saw Kelly was standing. She was the one that was standing and she was standing here in front. And then when the first one then entered and then we got up and then I turned around to take my phone. And then didn't see her again as to where did she end up, whether she entered that particular room or what.
You say that was raised by the representative of accused number 5 and who?
And 3 and 5. Then lastly, just regarding Exhibit J, advocating is on behalf of accused number 3, refer to the description that you give in Exhibit J.
Okugcina ke siya ku Exhibit J, advocate nisike ukubuzile ke ngokuchaza kwakho ke noma description owayinikeza ku Exhibit J.
This is just for record purposes. This is the identikit in respect of the first suspect who was armed with a firearm.
Exhibit J ke identikit lena ke ngaye umsolo wokuqala wangena lona owayephethe isibhamu.
A proposition was put to you that you mentioned that you could only remember a hoodie.
Okushiwo kuwena ukuthi into wena ke ushilo noma okukhumbulayo ke ukhumbula ihoodie kuphela.
Can you just clarify once again to the court the hoodie, to which suspect does it refer to?
Uma ungachazela ke lenkantolo ke ukuthi ihoodie lena ke kwakuye yamuphi umsolwa.
Ihoodie ngirefera kumsolwa wesibili.
The hoodie that
yeah.
I was referring to the second suspect.
Thank you, my lord. Those are the only aspects.
Mr. Thwala, we thank you that you came to give evidence in this case.
Siyakubonga ngokuthi uzileke uzonikeza ngobufakazi kuleli cala.
You are now excused.
Uqedile ke manje usuyadedela.
Ngiyabonga.
Thank you.
Please, my lord, since almost near the end of the normal court sitting time, can we then adjourn to Monday for the continuation of the proceedings?
May the accused rise. This case is postponed. It's postponed until next Monday, the 15th of May 2023, for further hearing.
Cala liyahlehliswa kuze kube ngumsombuluko nge-15 zika May wona lo nyaka sikuwona-ke la lizoqhubeka ngokuqhubeka.